Alright, hello, I'm back. Hope you have been having a good day. I just woken up an hour ago. From a second, I don't know, something about second nap in the middle of the early morning to the late morning to early afternoon really just makes me feel more energized in general. Like even something as short as 40 minutes of sleep during that period of time, it just feels so much more efficient than 8 hours of sleep in the night. I have no idea why, but apparently my brain just works that way, I guess. I hope you've been having a good time so far. I just spent the entire of the day I wasn't streaming, walking around looking at different stores in the not so local, more central parts of Japan, in Tokyo. It was great. I don't know, something about walking through, especially bookshops in general, right? Just walking through them and just looking at books instead of trying to find them online. Just feels more calming to me at least. Especially if I'm looking for something new to read, instead of going especially when it comes to weeb stuff, right? Your mangas and all that. Yeah, you could just look for it all on a website where they probably have a better repository of every single thing that exists than a conventional bookshop. But something about being able to walk through one, the experience of seeing all the covers, not just of what's popular, but of random stuff that is both new as well as different. Just the entire experience just feels so great. I can't help it but feel like just going back to those stores every once in a while, even if I don't go too often. So that was great. And I managed to eat some Indonesian food as well. That was a very nostalgic experience since I haven't gotten to eat much Southeast Asian food since I got here. I mean, I talked a bit about how I managed to find some very weird tasting ones as well, like marble tofu, nasi lemak, and things like that. Yeah, they exist, but nothing more close to what I remember. Nothing really authentic, so to speak. It's been good. I don't know, there's something about going to the bookshop in general felt very calming, so I'm feeling great. More or less. Where is Eiyu Senki? I can't seem to find it. Hello? Eiyu Senki. Oh, there it is. I don't know if it's just because the game's image cover is too brightly colored and that's starting to cause my brain to switch off. That might be the case, but yeah, we found it. Just something my brain just shut down. I was like, yeah, I don't see it. Clearly it's right there, but my brain just didn't see it. But where were we actually? Oh, hello, Infidave. Welcome back. Hope you've been having a good day so far. Okay, who is you? Why does that? Horse around the world in 80 days. Apparently not working out very well. It seems like I've already exceeded that by 44 turns. If you mean the actual book, it's fine. The book is fine, although I don't think we've managed to succeed so far. Both in terms of in-game terms as well as in real life. I'm pretty sure I've played this game for way longer. If we don't just count the game time, that is. I think recently all I've done is just actually get some Indonesian food. That's good shit. But yeah, hope you've been doing good. Oh, and I did unfortunately go back to looking at some gacha games as well because there's nothing else to play when I'm outside. It's that's all that Japan is making nowadays, it feels like. Hopefully this doesn't turn into me ending up with crippling debt trying to play games that I probably shouldn't be playing, but we will have to see with regards to that. Do I have all of my... No, this was turn after I did all the battles as well. Wait, have you been pirating it the whole time? Well, I mean, if you bought it, that's great. You know, I'm sure Red Hook has not abused the wallets of enough people yet, so that probably is gonna help them as well, right? Six sales. Come to think of it, Darkest Dungeons doesn't actually have any like... What's it called? DRM? Like anti-piracy software built in, does it? It'd be pretty funny if there was actually something in the game built to like detect if the game was pirated and just... It only gives you motivation cost 20 weeks. Not easy. Just get some anime waifu skins, right? Even if not actual mods, you can just get skins. I'm pretty sure I saw like some like adult skins as well on Steam's workshop. So you could actually get like anime booba in game for motivation if that helps. That, or you can just pretend the actual campaign doesn't exist and you just play one of the alternate campaigns instead. You know, that's always a good way to play the game, right? You buy the game, you realize it's shit, and you just play with the mods instead. And it's like, yeah, this is where the game is at. Like, I'm planning to do another separate one as well. At some other time, I think. Sometime soon, maybe. And the thing is, I'll probably not play the vanilla game again, even though it's like I'm gonna do another playthrough of the game. Although I need to see if everything actually works together, because like, the only problem I have now is whether or not most of the mods will actually work together, or will the whole game just break down and blow my PC up if I put them together. You know, like Black Reliquary, or you could try the Vermintide one as well. I've been looking at that one more, if anything. Doesn't help if I keep seeing them get shot in the pot. Yeah. Ah, yeah, the Shambler is fucked. Especially the Shambler. I guess the best way you can deal with the Shambler is really just don't go in the don't go in black as pitch, I guess, for the most part, if you don't want to take the risk, because the Shambler only really appears if you run around without lighting. So if you really don't want to deal with it, just bring enough torches to hopefully run through the entire dungeon. I think? I don't remember. I remember only getting ambushed by the Shambler a lot when I run around with no torch. Although it's random. Oh, that one! Yeah, it's the specific curio. It's great. It's the funniest shit ever. I remember seeing that for the first time when I played the game. I was just like... I was so stunned. I just stopped playing for a week after that. Because I also bought the game, because I bought the game in alpha, and that did not exist in alpha. Then I think 2 years after the release, I decided, oh yeah, the game's finally out of alpha, let me try again. I saw that curio, I tried the torch, and I just put down the game for 1 week. I just never touched it again. And the worst part with the Shambler is that it's not the Shambler that is the hardest part, it's the thing that it summons that are just fucked. Like the thing, those little dong looking things that it summons, those are the worst part of it. Cause like the Shambler itself just does damage and bleed, which is like when you play enough, those are very manageable. But like stress is something that in the base game it's so hard to manage that like, yeah, I don't know, it just sucks. They just like hit you and crit, and there's 50% of the HP of your stress gone. But yeah, it's like, in general, this Shambler is just like, especially at the start of the game, like when the parties are not like, yeah, very fun, with like very big quotation marks.
Mission 完了ですわ。
I mean, it's like Shambler. And what else was there at the start? This sounds so loud. Is this very loud? Oh my god, this fucking sound effect in the background, I don't like it. Wait, by pot, do you mean the what's her name? Do you mean the witch? When you say pot? Oh, my ears. The wind sound effect there was actually killing my ears. I don't know why.
両方の力を吸収し、それだけでなく無産させることもできるようです。もしかしたらこの世に光と闇だけでなく中立という属性もあるのかもしれません。ごたくはいいわ。とにかく邪魔者には変わりないもの。壊せないの？わかりません。あれはもしかすると存在が定まっていないがゆえに壊れることがないのかもしれません。どうすればいいのよ。このまま幽閉しておくしか手はないでしょう。邪魔ね。ほんと邪魔なやつ。
Babylon. Huh. Well, I guess we finally reached that point, huh? Well, at least there is actual progress. I was starting to wonder if I was just stuck because I forgot to do a specific like mission or something, but well, at least now we know. The game was just telling us to wait a few turns. Oh, but yeah, when you said getting sharp in the pot, you probably meant the witch, right? The hack? Not witch, the hack. Boss, I guess? She was probably one of the most annoying ones that I had to play against at the start as well. Like, when I first started playing the game, I really had no idea how to deal with her. It's just fucking horrible. Oh no, wait, does this mean I actually have to use her? No, I don't want to spend like fucking $10,000 on a single gacha just to not get the banner character. Thank you very much. No, I've had enough of that. Yeah, I think I would rather suffer the mental insanity instead. Thank you. No, I see. The thing is, no matter which I play, my brain will suffer now, cause like, it's either I spend a little bit of money and suffer, or I spend a lot of money and suffer, right? Cause like, okay, to be fair, recently they did add I think they did add a PT system to the game. Like, I think at least I remember seeing one. That said, it's still fucking horrible. Like, how long it took them to add one, like. At least there is one. It's like the only saving grace I can give the game, you know. But even then, it's just like, no, I'm good. I've suffered enough with that game. Like since the was it the first or second summer? Okay, so I played the game for like around what 4 to 5 years. Was it 4 to 5? No, maybe 3 to 4 years. With the goal of just getting like one specific character, and I couldn't get her after like all those 5 years of playing. And I'm just like, nah. It's not worth the financial and mental trauma of playing that game. At least when the game first came out, there was a bit more thinking to do in it. Like the brain suffering was more, but it was more satisfying as well. But even that, like over time, it just as you got more and more like meta in the game, as in more character meta banner characters coming out, it just reduced the need to think as well, to the point that like there wasn't any real reason to want to play longer, I guess. Like at some point I was just like, yeah, I've suffered enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't need both her and yellow heart. Maybe like this. Fine. 6? No, 6. But well, at least the suffering in this game has reduced, since I finally figured out how to progress as well. Although it only took like, I don't know how many hours of suffering to get here, but well, it's still less suffering than the lifetime of regret from actually wailing in FGO like in the first year it released. Was it 1 year? I remember only spending like I only spent like once or twice in the entirety of my time playing FGO, but both of those times was very like big ticket spendings, which basically made me regret my entire life. It was great. It was quite amazing, you know, being able to play a game and somehow end up regretting your entire life from playing a game. It was like, no. All I really wanted back then was like, what? I think it was Tamamo Summer. The summer one. League. Oh, League. No, League back. Yeah, actually, yeah. No, see, League for me back then was fine, because like CC server just isn't as I don't know what you call it, like although I agree I spent way too much time on that back then as well. Like there was a period like before Victor got meta, I was just like playing nothing but Victor all the way for like what, 3 years? Literally like 70% like 2 years maybe of like 70+ % like Victor play rate in ranked all the way till Diamond 2, and then I just stopped there. I was like, yeah, no thank you. I don't want any more salt. I'm getting enough salt from playing FGO. I don't need this from a game that doesn't let me keep my progress. Like, no, it doesn't. Although I guess that's the thing with mobile games in general. MOBA in general, rather, not mobile games. Like, not being able to keep the progression in the long term. Which, yeah, it's normal, but at some point I was just like, yeah, I think I'm just had enough of running down the lane, buying the same items, playing the same character, starting from level 0 over and over again. It's just like, yeah, no thanks. I hit her, she goes back to the third row, and then she moves back 1, and then I have to hit her back again. Okay, I need to think this through a little bit. This is gonna be a bit more difficult compared to the previous battle. But yeah, League was another time sink that I do regret quite a bit. So much time into a game just to repeat the same actions over and over. I mean, to be fair, that's most games, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I don't know. This ain't it, chief. That pushes the enemy down. Basic sword attack of 2 range. So basically, if she slaps her and she goes back there, she has to waste a turn to get back here. But in the meantime, I can't actually hit her. Meanwhile, she has like 30k HP. Which means that her slapping me once is gonna like probably kill one person off right off the bat, I think. But yeah, see, the thing is, if I had to pick between like playing this or playing FGO, I'll just play this, I think. Like, at least in terms of difficulty, I get a bit more enjoyment out of this compared to modern day FGO. Like, yeah, the game used to be challenging in the past, but like, yeah, not in recent times at least. A lot of that is just gone now. Meanwhile, League is just a never-ending cycle of like salt and BM. And it's like, nah, I think I've had enough suffering for one lifetime. Thank you. Although I guess the one benefit you could give to League is that at least it didn't like cause you to bleed money the way FGO did. I mean, I remember hearing though that they did at the PD system recently, which was like, yay, they did something that actually like benefits the players. Who would have thunk it, right? It only took them 10 years to figure out that maybe they shouldn't treat the players like shit. But at the same time, it's like, holy shit, it took them this long to figure out that maybe they ought to put it in. Like, how complacent could they get? Wait, what the fuck? She took no damage? Front defense plus 2. I don't understand. Why did she take no damage? What's going on? What the fuck? I don't understand. Like, I don't know what happened, but clearly she was just not taking damage at all. Lotto Barrier. Oh, that sounds so fucking like Chuny. Oh, but damn, well done, sir. You managed to remind me of all the trauma from all those games from so many years ago. Ah. It's great. It's been a long time since I even thought about League or FGO. Well, although I did get a bit bored and ended up like trying a few new like gacha games as well. Which is probably not the smartest of ideas, but me, I was just really very bored. Like just something about being unemployed temporarily that's just like causing me to be like, you know, I've got free time, let's try something new. It would seem I wasn't trying the smartest of new stuff though. That's it. Did no damage at all. You know, that free time, the one that clearly does not exist. Oh, this was actually easier than the previous fight. What the fuck? Yeah, it did go poof pretty quick. Although thankfully it wasn't due to a gacha game. I was playing some other games recently as well, which actually burned quite a lot of time. Although both games are kind of boomer games as well. It's like I was just like playing a bit of Mordheim on my downtime to try and figure out the game a bit, which felt very boomer, but at the same time, it was fun. And at the same time, now that the Steam summer sale has come, I actually bought a bunch of games, including Unity of Command, and now I'm just playing like new boomer game again. Because like, Unity of Command is great, but it really does feel like a game my dad would. My dad? No, my dad only plays Pokemon Go, he wouldn't play it. It feels like a game a old like history teacher in school would be playing, you know. And you go to your teacher and be like, "Sure, what do you play?" And he'll be like, "Oh, you know, Sonny, I play Unity of Command too." And you're like, "What the fuck is that? Is that like a mobile game?" And you're like, "No. It's a war game. Like a quite literally, it's like one of those like war simulation games.
ダメだ。みんな悲鳴を上げて逃げていったっけ？おお、ジークフリード、元気だったか？ああ、彼女はジークフリード、古代英雄だ。なるほど。動物たちが怯えていた理由が分かりました。あなたが追い回していたんですね。
Okay, she was wearing pants, just not in that area. I thought something was weird.
どうして知っている？可愛がるのは構いませんが、溢れ余る愛を押し付けるのはやめてください。動物たちが怯えてノイローゼになってしまいます。うん、分かった。自重する。はい、私はここでこの先の都市ポホユラにあるオーディンの封印を監視しています。オーディンは死の神。まれにですが、オーディン復活を目論む亡霊たちがポホユラに待機することがあるのです。私はそれを撃退しています。
Ah, okay, so the next battle is just gonna be fighting monsters, if anything, huh?
世界中に死を振りまいて、世界が地獄になってしまうでしょう。
Music, I thought you said music was copyrighted. Oh no, that's not this game. It might seem very similar, but it was the other waifu game. That was the Napoleon one. The one where you play as like the cute little girl waifu who's like trying to impress her Napoleon Oni-chan. That game. Yeah, the main one. This is the other game with FGO-esque, like gender bend, famous historical figure waifus. Please be translate. Please be translate for me. Please be translate for me. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck?
だったらジパング軍に来るべきだ。そして小動物たちと私の架け橋になってくれ。頼む。
Gosh, you mean this the fuck? Okay, it was just normal in Japanese. She just wants her to be like an intermediary for her and the animals, but like somehow that just became please be translate for me. Like the fuck? English. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be the first language of the localization team, but apparently not. Yeah, the Mate one's OST was copyrighted. This game's is fine because the soundtrack for this game is all original, as in like the devs made it all. But if I recall, it's like the Napoleon game. Some of the music is orchestral in nature. Basically, it's music from like 150 to 200 years ago. Like yeah, actual orchestral music. But even though like for music, right, the copyright on music is supposed to end 20 years after the person dies. Like that is the legal standard we have nowadays. Like when the composer of the music dies, after 20 years, it becomes a fair use. Anybody can use the music anytime. So obviously music made by people from 150 years ago, right? It ought to be, you know, fair use, you would think. But according to both Twitch and YouTube, that is not the case. Like, this is music that they have to vote, the vote has to get muted for, clearly. Although the fact that they're just using the orchestral music in and of itself, it's a bit shady, sure. I can agree with that, but at the same time, it's like the fuck. It's been that long. I don't know why this is even a problem. Yeah, according to what I learned in university on business law, it should be 20 years. Well, I'm guessing that may or may not vary depending on the country, but then there's Mickey Mouse. Yeah, but Mickey Mouse is owned by the company instead of like the person. Then that's the difference. Like It's like Michael Jackson's music. It's owned by Michael Jackson. So when he dies, after 20 years, it just becomes like fair use. But like Mickey Mouse is a trademark. It's not a copyright in the sense that like an individual owns it. It's more like a trademark or copy or like logo that is owned by the company instead, which is why it doesn't count for 20 years. It's a bit of a weird one with images. But for music specifically, it's 20 years typically. Yeah, because the thing is, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give you the full details on how it works. But at the very least, like, if the IP is not held by a company but by an individual, then it's 20 years. And hey, Frozzy, welcome back. Hope you've been having a good day so far as well. Back, right, back, front, front, front. One person in the middle. I'll put. No, that's good, that's good. Like, I have more or less figured out, I think, like what I want to use for the next Darkest Dungeon stream. Although I guess it won't be a... It won't be a vanilla campaign run. It's gonna be like Vermintide, probably. Like, Vermintide looks quite interesting, and it's more Warhammer shit I can meme about. So it's great. It strikes a nice balance. Wait, no, I needed more hats. How many hats do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more hat. Figuring something out? As in like something doesn't work? Or you mean like figuring out what to use in it? Potion! How does this battle work? Okay, I think I understand how this is gonna work. So basically I'm just gonna like fight 4, and then like halfway through the battle they're just gonna like fucking toss like 50,000 enemies in the middle. Ah, I see, I see. Go get the Fridge Hellion. The Fridge Hellion looks like a good meme. Although that's just a skin, I think. Fridge Hellion. It would be a good meme to have in the run. I have been strongly considering getting the Fridge Hellion. Like the what do you call it? The train of thought that spawned that meme is actually kind of funny. Lolly anime class. Oh, well, that's good for you. No, I'm not gonna use something like that. No. Innocent. Clearly not a lolicon. I will never use something like that. Although that said, the innocent class would look like something I might want to use. The innocent was kind of lolly looking as well, but the design of it looked kind of interesting. 23k? The fuck was... Bruh. Okay, clearly I need to get rid of this ghost first. Holy fuck, that damage. I don't understand, why do they do so much damage? What the fuck's going on? Oh, this gives +3. Fuck. Okay, I didn't look in the numbers, clearly. I just looked at the icon and I was like... Time to replace every class as a VTuber. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there actually is enough like VTuber characters for you to actually do it. Like, I strongly believe that there's probably enough, like, people have just put enough time into making that a possibility. There is enough. Oh, there is. Okay. Hot damn. Okay. The things people do for love. Like, I did a bit of browsing, but in terms of like VTubers, I didn't look that hard. So I didn't notice, but yeah, somehow that sounds very believable. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like fucking 10,000 anime waifu VTuber mods, enough for you to like have a full party of just VTubers at this point. I mean, meanwhile, I just want more rats in my runs. Like, the fact that someone even made a Vermintide like campaign conversion is still like, it's slightly blowing my mind. Hot shot. Can I hit him? No, I can't hit him. He can definitely cast whatever. Yeah, it's more Warhammer memes, so I'm all for it. And since it's rats, you can probably like squeeze in like some Germa meme somewhere as well, right? Rats. We are the rats. I'm just gonna kill her, isn't it? Ooh, oh, that was close. I don't like that. Like legit, like the Vermintide one, considering the fact that it looks like they replaced every single mob and boss with something new, which if they did, that's great. Although the only thing I'm wondering is like, how much did they change? That's what I'm more curious about. Cause just looking at the mod, it's kind of hard to tell, but it does look like they changed a lot, which is kind of interesting to me at least. Quick heal. Then in terms of like classes, it's like, is it just more maps? Ah, it's just more maps, huh? Oh, I see. Because I saw something about like, oh, I see. So it's not a total conversion either, huh? It's just like additional dungeon. Oh, that's fine. I mean, we already cleared the game I've already cleared the game once, and now there's proof that I cleared the full game once on stream, so it's like, against Odin, this feels like hell. So it's like, yeah, we can just break the balance a little bit with the mods this time. It's like, I'm not planning to do like a full Stygian run. Stygian? Like, I'm not planning to do a legit Stygian run or anything, so it's like, we can just break the balance a bit and meme it, why not? Just add in rats, maybe put Germa as the bartender since we're adding in rats as well. Why not? But I'm quite curious with that one, like, it's just because it's more Warhammer memes, and I like my Warhammer memes, so it's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. What else do I have that I can still use in battle? Feels like I've used everyone I could want to use. Matching tab. This is not a boss battle, I think. I see a ball. Yeah. Oh, we still have Achilles as well. Yeah, like, at this point I have so many characters, it's like I can just easily just like bring random people along like this. No, we'll still technically have enough characters to like play the battle. They even put ectomorph to runs with additional one class. The what now? It's the what class? That sounds interesting, but like what? They did what in the what now? Flanking allies gain 1 speed. No, you here, you here. You here. Speciality for ectomorph. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Like, it's really just kind of cool, like, the amount of stuff people are doing to mod the game. Like, I don't know, just something about the level to which of, like, how active the modding community is for the game is just really so amazing to me. What's the ectomorph? Wait, which was the ectomorph again? Darkest Dungeon ectomorph. Ah, okay. That one. Oh, okay. The slimes. Yeah, I just... The ectomorph is the bigger version of the slime, right? Is it? Like, I really hate those enemies. Like, those are the worst fucking thing. Yeah, those are fucking horrible. The blue slime. Ah, so it really is that one. Yeah. Yeah, the worst fucking enemy in the game. Like, I don't think there's anything other than the fanatic that I hate more in the game. It's like, if I had to name the top 3 things I hate the most, it would probably be the slime, will be like 1 of 3. It's one level 0 dungeon. Yeah, that would be fucking horrible. That would just be fucking horrible. Like, it's like the it's like playing the what do you call it? Fuck, my brain, it's not working again. I was trying to say, like, it's kind of like it's kind of like facing like multiple snakes in the Black Reliquary as well. Because like, the thing is, the snakes are not that scary an enemy, but when you have to fight them like multiple times in one battle, they actually get quite annoying to deal with. Because like, in the original game, they were only designed to like appear once, right? They will only ever appear in the Shieldbreaker's dream, and you can only really access the dream when you camp. So it's a battle that you would never really fight unless you are prepared for it, right? The only thing I have with that appearing as a normal mob in Black Reliquary is just that because it appears as a normal mob, it's actually more annoying to deal with. Because like, it is not difficult, but when it comes at you over and over again, it actually hurts a lot compared to most enemies. This one? The damage. Yeah, it's like, you can imagine, right? Like, if the snake from the Shieldbreaker's dream appeared as a normal mob instead. Well, there's probably quite a few interesting ones you could probably find as well. Just looking through them, it's like, in terms of modded classes and skins, there's just so many. It's like, it takes so much time to look through every single one of them because there's just like 10 million of them on like Steam. Yeah, it's nice, but at the same time, it's also like, just looking through all of it, it's like taking so much time. It's not like the other stuff is bad, but it's just like it takes so much time to look through all of the stuff just to look for interesting ones, especially since like people have been modding this game for like what, how many years now? 4? 5? I don't know. People have been modding the game for so long. Just looking for anything it's just so painful now. Except now belongs to Japan. Match with the Fairy King Oberon. Okay, I think we have most of the territories now, right? Is there anything? Ah, there's this. Abydos. He is definitely still growing. I mean, we even just got like the Hellion fridge, so I mean, if people are gonna make that, there's probably still plenty of stuff around. Yeah, that I can imagine, because it's probably gonna be easier to mod this game than it is to mod for the second game. At least at the start. Maybe eventually they'll release more mod support, but at the very least, for a long while, people will just probably just mod this game instead, since like there is just more information out there, right? It makes it easier to mod for it, just because like, ah yeah, if I don't know something, I can just probably like dig for information, probably find someone who has the information that you need, as compared to something like a DD2. Entering the Fortress City, Valley of Heaven. Valley of Heaven sounds lewd, especially for a game like this. I don't know how I feel about this one. Need one more. Like this, maybe. Oi. It's a mod for OPM. Wait, you mean like the actual like One Punch? I mean, it sounds funny if it actually does One Punch, but it sounds like the kind of thing that people will probably use once, be like, haha, funny, and then just not use it ever again. Like, it sounds so broken that like anyone who actually likes the game will probably like use it like 1 or 2 times to be like, haha, this is kind of funny, and then they just not use it again, because it's like, yeah, it's great, but if it actually does One Punch, it's like, there's no game to play. You can just take him at level 1 into the darkest dungeon, just One Punch everything. What the fuck, is that a city name? There's never a hill in New Zealand, what the fuck? Is this an actual thing? Wait. Oh, it is a thing. Wait, it really is a... Oh, it's an actual thing. I thought it was photoshopped, but... It is an actual, like, town, and... There's an actual hill or town in New Zealand, huh? It's the name of a hill / town in New Zealand, apparently. Like, it's not a meme. This exists. Like, I'm looking at it on Google now, like... Yeah. Holy shit. Oh, that's a good meme. See, clearly this game is educational, right? It's not a lewd like adult game. No. It's an educational game teaching you about like real life facts and giving you trivia about the world itself. I also dinner at Indo Cafe. It was great. I just got like mee goreng and a bit of satay. It was quite nostalgic. Oh, here's the problem, you see, right? Like, it's expensive as fuck. Like, you go there, you're gonna be paying 1,000 yen for like mee goreng, you know, something that back home I would have expected to eat at like the equivalent of like 300 to 400 yen at most, or less for that matter. Yeah, with peanut sauce. Yeah, with peanut sauce. It was great. It's just a problem of like, I don't know why it's so expensive. Like fucking 1,000 yen for mee goreng. Like 2 sticks of satay is 500 yen. Like, my money, it's all gone. They had the guava juice as well. The guava juice, no, guava no, avocado juice, was it? That was great as well. Like, there was so much. The variety was great. The only problem is that like, it tastes good, right? But it's good in the sense of like, if I lived in Southeast Asia, I would probably be able to get this entire set at like 600 yen or less. Yeah, I probably could sometime. Like, it is actually quite expensive, like, to the point that it's like, I don't know, it hurts. It hurts. But those things, in terms of the quality, right, it tastes like food from that part of the world, but the problem is that it tasting like that means that it's pretty normal, right? Like, it's not like I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, it was fucking delicious. It's like, no. It's like, if I lived in like Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, I could get this at like any other store. Like, it is very good, normal food. But it's like, which means it'll probably cost like $4 to $5 max, but like, it's double the price here. Like, it's good and authentic, which is a good thing, but like, bruh, the prices they're charging. In Indonesian cuisine, or like Southeast Asian cuisine in general. Well, so I went to an Indonesian cafe near Akihabara recently. Right now, I was mentioning how like the mee goreng there costs like 1,000 yen, and my entire bill for like avocado juice with mee goreng and a satay, 2 sticks of satay, the entire meal cost me 1,600 yen. Yeah, it's like the meal, and the thing is that taste wise, it's fine. Philippine cuisine, just throw everything in the pot and let it cook. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't actually ever gotten to try Philippine cuisine before. Like, I have a friend who loves going to the Philippines back before I moved to Japan, and he's like, yeah, the food here is great, the food there is great, but like, I have never gotten to actually try it before. Alright, take care if you're looking for stuff. And good luck. But yeah, if you have any recommendations for Philippine cuisine, I'd be glad to try it, because like, if there is anything that isn't just throw everything in a pot and let it cook. And there isn't Jollibee as well. Like, Jollibee I've tried before, but I wouldn't call that cuisine, so... Yeah? I mean, if you have any recommendations, sure, I'll give it a try, because like... My friend would swear by it, but like, I don't know what he is swearing by to begin with, because I don't even know what actually exists as cuisine for the Philippines. What does she do? 4.5k. This might actually be doable. I need to change my party a bit, but I think I understand the gimmick. Oh fuck, right, I need to exit the entire battle. Fuck. Kare? Is that like curry? Oh, it is Kari. Oh, wait. Wait, is it Kari? I see the name and it sounds like how people would write like curry in Japanese. So my brain just immediately defaulted to curry, but oxtail in peanut sauce. Oh, that's interesting. Oxtail in peanut sauce. I've never tried oxtail before, come to think of it. Oh, oxtail in peanut sauce. I mean, it can't be that bad, right? Since it's like... peanut sauce is great. Who knows, it might actually be pretty good. I mean, it probably is since it's actually a cuisine there, so... let me just note that down. I'll see if I can actually find a place where they sell such cuisine in Japan. And then you can hear me complain about the price again as well. I'll be like, why the fuck is this so expensive? You know, it's just great to complain about. Because like some stuff that you would think would be very cheap is just like expensive as fuck here. Like goat mutton in general is extremely expensive as well. Which is quite unfortunate. It's like if you go to a barbecue place, they would... Oh, you actually click to like reset the jiggle. Okay. Oh, I'm getting distracted by the jiggling booba, that's not a good thing. Gameplay. Right, gameplay. Yeah, some of them with like very big plot, you know, as you can plainly tell. It's great. I mean, no. Staring too much is obviously not a good thing. Nurse or maid? I believe there was a maid, although I don't know if there was a nurse. Was there a maid actually? Can you think of it? I don't remember, come to think of it, like... I don't even know if there is a maid, like... I don't remember them having like very specific like... themed clothing other than knights having like armor. Like you just have Percival as like bunny girl for no reason at all, so there might be a maid somewhere, who knows. I never paid attention, but like... I don't think there was at least. There was? Wait, who? There was a maid? Carl? Okay. Ah, okay, I see it now. Yeah, I didn't... It didn't connect in my brain instantly, yeah. I understand what you mean now. Oh, yeah, it does. Look like one. Kind of maid-ish. Yeah, although I think she might be the only one, like, looking at the rest. Like with all the fetishes that and like strike zones they're trying to hit with all the characters, it's kind of surprising that they don't actually have like that kind of stuff as much. Like I believe there was more for Arthur. Is cute enough anyway. See, Arthur is like top waifu material if I recall. Like she was quite high in the popularity rankings even back in the mobile game as well. Yeah, she is pretty cute. There's so many characters though. Yeah, cute princess with high-pitched voice who always talks about love. I'm pretty sure like half of her lines are just her talking about the power of love. Even her skills are like that, like love's blessing, magic sword, love. A sword attack infused with the power of love. Sadly, it doesn't charm the enemy though. Yeah, although yeah, she is quite top B food material as well. Oh, now that you mention it. Now that you mention it. You might be onto something. Yeah, although with all the talk of love, she actually isn't the horny type. It's kind of surprising with a game like this. The fuck? Oh, it's Cleopatra. Oh, that spooked me for a second. Unusual pupil tag. Wait, oh yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? Like, there actually was a tag for that, huh? Come to think of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should bring someone who can stand front and tank. No wait, I have Rasputin for that. Unusual pupil tag. So basically the entirety of Bang Dream would actually count as that as well, right? Like, I remember having a friend who was like, who will get completely got spooked out by like the eye color, the pupils in Bang Dream. Like, he was a fan of the series, but at the same time, it spooked him so much that he couldn't even like properly enjoy it according to him. It was actually kind of funny. He's the kind of person who'd be like, yeah, I love Bang Dream, it's great. And then he's like, oh, but I can't look at the eyes. The eyes spook me. And I'm like, bruh, I don't know why the fuck do you... What the fuck do you look at? Do this. Like this. Oh, this is scissors, isn't it? Gold dragon cut. It's actually the shape of the scissors. That is funny. Okay. Sure. Ooh, okay, she survives it. Although I'm surprised there's actually a tag though. It's like, the fact that it is a tag means that enough people actually are searching for it, right? Because if no one cared about the pupils, then, you know, technically no one will be looking for it, right? Well, that means that people actually do go like, yes, yes, there's nothing I want more than funny pupils in my loot tin books. Which, I mean, yeah, it looks great, but at the same time it's like, huh, it's a surprise. Let's just say it usually links with other tags. Yeah. Other very funny tags, right? It goes together with most of the other like big degenerate tags, I suppose. Since there are a lot of those after all, clearly that's where it's from, right? Speed and defense. Though yes, like I completely forgot those tags were a thing, cause like even when I do look for it nowadays, I just go to like slightly more legal sites, I guess. Saying the word legal in a situation like this feels weird, but yeah, basically the sites that get you to actually pay money legally for that content. I've been using more of those recently. So it's like, I don't get the funny pupil tags anymore. It's just everything else. Although one thing I have to say, completely unrelated, not really completely unrelated, but like, one thing I have to say, which was actually kind of surprising, was that even for like NTR content, Japan doesn't actually use the NTR tag much at all. Like, they actually just have a lot of NTR content that's just labeled as, oh yeah, it's that thing. As in like, the tag is just omitted, if that makes any sense. I don't know if it's just because it's too common in Japan that people just don't like look at it as something else. Because I know that it is actually super popular here for whatever reason. Like in the, what do you call it? Like, I remember seeing many years ago that they had the, what do you call it? Is it a survey? Like they had a survey-ish thing, right? Where it's like, they would like try to figure out like by age group, what are the genres in Japan that are the most popular when it comes to like doujins. And then it just ended up being like, oh yeah, you know, for males, across the board, across all age groups. Right, the #1 spot for every single age group was NTR. Like, it was a thing apparently. The survey itself was done by Melon Books, if I recall, which is one of the big like doujin sales companies. I guess they're like a shop that like just does nothing but, I mean, it's a shop that mostly sells everything doujin related. So like, from adult thin books to normal thin books to music as well, they handle all of it. And so they did a survey, since they like have like, I think like 60 to 70% of the market share. And that was the result that came out. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like you say, it's like, it's weird. I don't know. No, I'm not one to king shame, but at the same time, it's like, what the fuck, Japan? It's like top across the board was that. It felt weird, to say the least. As much as I don't want the king shame, it's like, I don't know. You know, like, as a perfectly healthy young man, I'm into the funny stuff as well, but at the same time, that's a bit too far. The fact that it's just like the entire like country where it's just like, yeah, everyone's just like, yeah, you know what's the best thing? NTR. I don't know how to feel about that. But it's like, considering the source of the information, it's like I am a bit more inclined to believe them as well. Can't reach the thing at the back. She's too far back. I stepped her too far back now. Oh, she has no basic attack. Fuck. Okay, Beethoven, Copernicus, then Lancelot. Okay. We can do this. Yeah, I don't know. It feels very shady, but at the same time, it's like. But yeah, as a result, they don't really. Well, where was I even that even brought me to this conversation? Alright, the unusual pupils. Like, yeah, they typically don't actually like take note of that here, surprisingly enough. it's like something separate. But then again, it's like there's a lot of text that I'm guessing because of how weird the stuff is, they just don't take note either. Yes, yes. The hard-hitting questions of life, right? I don't recall actually. Oh, I need to find. You see, the thing is, I've been trying to find that survey again, but like it's so hard to find because I remember seeing that like what 5 years ago. Maybe I can find it. Well, I couldn't find it, but I did find a ranking for the series with the most like stuff produced for it for the last 2 to 3 comic cats. It's quite scary how many like circles are actually producing stuff for Fate Stay Night, if anything. And it's funny, it's kind of funny how like Kankole is still in the top 3 as well. But yeah, I can't find the Dojin Kansuru Toki. Is it this? No, this is 2018. Okay, I found one, right? According to an article by Fanza, Fanza. Fanza is the online platform. It's basically DMM, right? DMM has a R18 platform separately, where you get all the adult like mobile games as well. So like the mobile game for this game, Eiyu Senki, back then before it closed down, Koihime, and all those other series. Basically any game that has a adult like mobile game is on Fanza, along with most of the pay to purchase like dojins as well as normal porn as well. So according to a survey that was done by Fanza in 2018, NTR is still top. Mind Control is third. It's number 3. Number 4 is cross-dressing. Apparently. Yeah, apparently that's a thing, yeah. Okay. Like on a website with more than 18,000 like pieces of content on it, what they found is that NTR is number 1. Yeah, it's surprising. It's quite surprising that it's that high up. Yeah.
迷宮内のあちこちに2階へつながる扉があるんだ。いつもは僕がパオペイという道具を使って見回りをしているのさ。そして開きそうな扉を見つけてはその度に封印を施してるってわけ。シャンバラにある扉はそれほど大きくない。
There is a list of the top 20.
世界を破壊しちゃうほどの大きな怪物が現れることはほとんどないよ。
Top 20.
腕試しに潜ってみるのもいいかもね。聞いてるだけでうずうずするね。楽しみだ。それじゃあ改めてよろしくね。僕は兵力じゃなくて体力表示だから育てるときは要注意だよ。それじゃあ改 改めてよろしくね。僕は兵力じゃなくて体力表示だから育てるときは要注意だよ。
Oh wait, this was a okay. You just broke the fourth wall there with this line. Oh, that's great. But yeah, apparently cross-dressing is quite high. It will be on the top 20. Yeah, I would assume it would be on the top 20 as well, but apparently it's cross-dressing as in both ways. So like, not just like guys looking at traps, but like for like if girls who want to look at girls dressed as guys as well. It's both ways, like a trap and a reverse trap both. They lump both together. Wait, is it? No, wait, no, it's not. Yoso otoko no ko. Ah, okay, so it's only traps. It's not the reverse. It's only specifically traps. It's 4th place for males, and it's the 3rd place for females in terms of ranking. Like both males and females are looking for it. According to this one website, of course, which only has like 18,000. 18,000 is a lot. It's like, but still, yeah. For this specific website, based on the contents that it has and the rankings that it made for its own audience, this is the information they found out. Okay, so top 5 for guys is NTR at the top, then MILFs at 2nd, Mind Control is 3rd, Cross-dressing is 4th, and the 5th one is, I have no idea what the fuck this is. Oh. Oh, something like MILF as well. Yeah, MILFs are both 2nd and 5th at the same time. It's very weird. Like, okay, so NTR is the 1st, and the 2nd is Hitozuma, which is like wife. Specifically wives, I guess. And then MILFs is 5th. So basically, you basically get the equivalent of having MILFs in the top 5 twice, I guess. As weird of a ranking as that is. Well, I mean, I could just show the ranking, right? Not like anybody's gonna make any sense of this anyway, but there is nothing actually like lewd on the stream itself. I mean, on the page itself, so I could just do this, right? Technically, and like will this get me banned? I mean, it is sexual content. Let's not take the risk. But yeah, you can if you can actually Google Translate it and search it yourself for Fanza's report from 2018. NTR is number 1 for both males and for both their male and female audiences. Apparently, not just guys looking at NTR, but the ladies are also like looking at it a lot as well. Like it's literally a country where everybody is looking at it. It's very bizarre. It's just, yeah, I don't know, Chief. This isn't it. Marching on some means I should bring like 3, 4, 5. I don't want people who are too frontline. Good question. I have no idea either. But you know, this is clearly an educational stream, at least, you know. The Eiyu Senki streams are meant to teach everyone more about the world in general. Right. They give you, see, the game gives you trivia about like the world itself, right? Like the funny names of New Zealand hills. And I'll do the reverse. I'll give like trivia on like adult content. It's like we're all learning something, I guess. Because clearly I didn't know any of this either until I saw it. It was really just a case of, yeah, we're all learning something new today. Like this. I don't know what you're supposed to do with the knowledge though, really. Yeah, it's just a haha funny sort of thing. You know, I guess it would make a good point of conversation if you ever like decide to join the adult gaming industry. You know, like one day, if you ever do join it, like you decide like, yeah, I want to make a visual novel, and then you join like some big company that makes it, and during your interview, they're like, so what can you tell us about your knowledge of the industry? You can be like, well, according to this survey I saw back in the past, it will appear that then you just like you give them this survey ranking and they'll be like, wow, this guy knows his shit and he's a foreigner too to boot. I'm sure he would be able to like contribute even more to our company as a result. Can this thing even hit from back there? Oh, it can. Fuck. Attack. His turn is very far down, so it's fine. No! Uh-oh. I can't hit it. Can I not hit it? Yeah, I can't hit it. I can't. How much damage does that do? 80%. Reduces speed by 1. Yeah, that's fine. What's your attack? 8. Oh, she actually has pretty high attack, huh? Be right back, I'm gonna take a piss. In the meantime. So I guess there's basically 2 takeaways we can get out of this entire thing, which is basically that one, I never knew that the funny pupil thing was actually a tag, and 2, that there's actually an entire like separate platform which actually has separate like mobile games as well, completely for the like adult game market. I don't know. When I first saw that, it actually blew my mind, to be honest. Like, aside from all the adult game, or all the mobile games, I mean, on Steam, not Steam, what the fuck? On the mobile app stores, it's actually like a separate external app store for that. One website for all the like visual novel companies and whatnot to actually sell their own like visual novel-esque mobile games as well. 220. She can't hit me, right? Okay, she can't. Oh, we do this. There we go. Is there more? No. It's only this few enemies, huh? Oh, that's a surprise. Does this have a charge? No, it has no charge. It's just very gimmicky in terms of positioning. There we go. No, how did we even end up here? Oh right, it's because of Arthur, right? Yeah, Arthur's pretty cute. Yeah. She's probably one of the most innocent characters in this series as well. It's kind of surprising. Like, in spite of how her eyes are and all of the connotations that we have had, she's actually very innocent. Like, I don't think her plot actually went anywhere. Like, actually, most of them don't actually go in like very weird places, plot-wise. No, it was kind of surprising how wholesome she actually is. Although I guess for me, she is probably best girl.
ニューヨークの公園内にある全面ガラス張りの家だ。トイレとシャワールーム以外の壁がすべてガラスでできている。一日数名観光客が見に来る程度の公園だが、ガラスハウスの中にいればそれなりに人目につくだろう。鍵を渡しておくから存分に使ってくれ。
Something about Tut in this game is just like, she reminds me a lot of like Yukiho from the original Idolmasters in a way that's quite cute, right down to the voice as well. It was quite surprising, to be honest.
なんだかすごくおしゃれな感じですね。でも本当に外からは丸見えです。まだ誰もいないので大丈夫ですけど、でも私王様といることには慣れたみたい。見られても恥ずかしくないかも。いいえ、なんでもありません。
She really sounds so familiar. God damn it. Why? Is it really just a coincidence?
先客がいると思ったらツタンカーメンとジバング王か。お二人ともおはようなのです。さっきまで夜間合同演習をやっていたのです。ちょうど今終わったのでこの家でお茶を飲んで帰ろうと思いまして。お二人はどうしてここに？私がダメな私の特訓かみました。なるほど、人見知り克服の特訓か。かなり成果が出ているな。いえ、そんな、私なんて全然ダメですし。そんなことないのです。以前に比べて生身のツタンカーメンさんを見る機会が増えました。成果は出てると思うのですよ。そうでしょうか。見てよ、こ てると時間がなくなっちゃうです。マゼランちゃんは上陸休暇の貴重さをもっとかみしめろですよ。おーいみんなマゼランさん、そんなに走ってきたらガラスがあるんです。私がもっと早く注意してれば。ごめんなさい。痛いよググちゃん。ガラスが無事でよかったです。公園に狙撃の練習に来たです。ググちゃん、キャッチボールじゃなかったの？マゼランちゃんとキャッチボールなんて自殺行為です。壁投げでもしてろです。ひどいよグッグちゃん。あとね、午後からは動物園に行く予定なんだ。みんなは何してるの？
It feels kind of like a waste that they don't actually change the character's expression on the full model in the back. Like they do most of the expression changes on the icon at the bottom of the text box, but like I don't know, for a game from the 2010s, it feels kind of like weird. They don't actually change this back image at all. You know, it started to feel like it became a norm to just have the full art. I don't know what you call it in English. Touchy, like they made the full body character like emoting and like moving slightly here and there. It feels like usually most games they just be like her having the crying face would be here instead of just like on the icon at the bottom. The way she just gets so confused like that is just so cute. God damn it. See, this is why she's best girl. She just makes a lot of like funny cute sounds all the time when she panics. What is even happening right now?
この建物で特訓をすると聞いた日からずっとトイレの壁に潜んでいたのですが、カーメン様来ないし。しかしそんなことはどうでもよいのです。ジパング王、あなたはお気づきでないかと思いますが、カーメン様の身に重大なことが起きてしまいました。申し訳ございませんが、本日の特訓これにて終了とさせていただきます。ギザ、ヒエログリフ、エジプト兵たちよ、カーメン様の棺を運ぶのです。
Her voice really is just so like fucking good. I can't.
私ともあろうものがなんたる深く。 まさかカーメン様が恋に落ちてしまうとは。可及的速やかに、そして静かに手を打たねば。
ミッション終わったってわけだぜ。
Is that her passive?
お仕事れ。
Where is she? Is this...
何をわしか。
Where? Oh, she should be at the bottom, right? Somewhere. You're like behind gains +2 defense. Ah, she really is meant to be a frontline like tank, huh? Kinda. Like with stats, like, can I see how it changes after she transforms? I feel like the passive would change as well. Because I do believe her stats upon transforming is very different as well. Hmm.
どうされましたの？いらっしゃい。人違いですか？
Oh, but speaking of like character icons and the character images changing expressions during cutscenes and all that, like I get that it's now very common in most games, right? But at the same time, it's like I'm not sure if anybody remembers this, but like back in days of like the original Million Arthur, you know, it is Million Arthur, right? The series by Square Enix, the gacha game, which I think the second one was actually kind of fun. It was like a somewhat turn-based Monster Hunter at some point, although it became quite pay to win at the end. But that aside, if I recall, for like the first game, like they actually somehow managed to spectacularly like fuck up the cutscene images as well. You know, like basically the cutscenes in most of these mobile games are the same, right? I mean, like style-wise, it's like a visual novel basically with the character art in the back and just text at the bottom. Then whenever they say something, they just change the expression on the face and the back. But like somehow they managed to fuck it up to the point that like you could see the ages of the would you call it a JPEG that they used to like rotate the faces. Like the way they did it, it wasn't like a, what's the word for it? It wasn't like a just a separate complete, it wasn't just a completely different PDF of the character with like, or JPEG of the entire character image with which they will rotate whenever they want to change expressions. Instead it will be just the face that changes. Basically they had they would just place the character model there and then they would just like by using code they would just change, instead of the whole model, just the face. Implementation wise it probably looks exactly the same, it's just that you save like maybe like a few like bytes worth of space is completely unnecessary, but still somehow they managed to fuck it up to the point that the image that they used to swap the faces in game, right, like you could see the ages of it, so like you could see, I don't know, it's weird, like I don't know how to put it, it's like trying to Photoshop an image, you know, and you just crop out the face and you just dump it onto another person, right? Basically like the image I have at the back of this, right? Even this is like horribly done Photoshop job was basically better than what they did, because like you could see the ages of the of the square of the face, so it's like between the the part of the face that is swapped and the rest of the character, you would see like a rectangular like black line there. So you could tell like, oh yeah, they were just swapping the faces instead of the whole image. It looked fucking horrible and it was very weird to see. You know, you wouldn't think that like a company as big as Square Enix would fuck that up, but they did, and I noticed. It was a very interesting fuck up, to say the least. fuck, she just senses it, like seeing it with the warrior's mind's eye, huh? It really does feel quite weak. That's it. Oh, that was pretty short. And it gave a lot of money as well. Yeah, I don't know if I can even find an image from back then of like the cutscene and how obvious the face swaps in the cutscenes were because of how they pasted the image. But apparently it was a thing. Like, I don't know if anyone actually knows of Setuna. It's like a... which basically works just like a snipping tool, but more efficient, so to speak. Because you could just like cut multiple images using the tool and just like shift them around directly on your desktop, so you could essentially do like quick, simple like meme Photoshop jobs without actually putting in much effort. So the thing with Setuna is that there will always be a border around the image, so if you overlap two images you can kind of see the border around the upper image, like showing you like this is where the two images are overlapping. And it's like somehow in this mobile game, which was supposed to be high budget, which Square Enix made, they managed to have a fuck up on that level. It was very bizarre. I don't know how that actually made it into the game, or if it was just my specific, like, I don't know, maybe it could have just been my phone being broken or something, but it was very obvious and it actually broke my immersion with the game so much that I actually didn't play it in the end. Although I guess that might have been for the better, because like with my small addict brain, it's like I would probably have wailed a bit too much money had I been able to like play the game properly. So I guess it's a good thing I couldn't actually play the game, huh? Come to think of it. Like, me being me, I can actually see myself actually doing that, even though it would be probably not a good idea to spend on said games. Abydos was just a normal battle. Just a normal battle. We can bring... No, we'll bring Napoleon if that's the case. Executed? Yeah, executed. 1, 2, 3. Cut. No. God damn it, Cleopatra. The way she moans like that is actually kind of scary. I don't want to hear that every time I hover over her. Like, I'm trying to actually play the game and I'm just hearing her go like, like, no thanks. I don't know what she's having, but I want none of that.
Yes, カーメン様への土産話にしましょう。お仕事するのでご褒美を。ね、向かいますわ。
Here. Brandish. Here will be safer. Right. The speed is really so high. It's actually kind of fucking unbelievable how much speed like Achilles has in this. Like, I'm pretty sure like in actual history, Achilles was just supposed to be like strong person, right? I don't think his abilities had anything to do with like running very fast, but like for some reason that's her entire gimmick in this game. It's just like, yeah, she just goes very, very fast. No, she's like Sonic, kinda. She just runs very, very fast and just hits. Not actually, no, she doesn't hit that hard either. It's strange. You? Then using that, you can kind of do this and get rid of the person in front, right? Yeah, big brain plays all around. There we go. Oh, and there she goes. One hit was all it took. Just one hit, that was annoying. Move you up. Then now I realize I only brought one healer along. And my healer was my tank. And my tank was expected to die in like 5 seconds, so... And now I have no healer. Although one other thing I started thinking about recently is like, do people in the rest of the world actually still use like Twitter? I know that people like to meme like the Twitter hate trains that happen a lot, quite often. Like everyone loves to shit on Twitter for like having like a base of people who just do nothing but shit on people and try to cancel others. But like, do people actually use Twitter? Like unironically outside of Japan, like I know in Japan, like using Twitter is quite common, right? Cause like it is still just what people here use in terms of like social media, aside from TikTok, which apparently is actually gaining popularity here as well. But TikTok aside, it's like most people still use Twitter. And it's like most of what I see on Twitter is just like game news and a lot of doujin artists using it to promote their content. Never use Twitter. No, yeah. As in, don't use it or you never used it? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with Twitter, isn't it? Like, the only thing I do with it is follow art and follow like announcements from games, cause like everybody in Japan uses it. But like, I don't even know if people outside of Japan use it. Like, the only things I know about Twitter is that people meme the fact that Twitter is just always looking for someone to cancel. But it's kind of funny because like even though they're always looking for people to cancel, if you think about it, they should be trying to cancel themselves instead, right? With how much like lewd art is on the Japanese side of Twitter. I mean, hopefully they don't, because I kind of want the art to stay, but still. It is quite bizarre. Like most people in Japan just use it unironically to like. Only for VTuber feeds, illustration feeds, and people asking for help in GBF rates. Yeah, exactly. Like, especially GBF rates, right? I'm still seeing people in Japan asking for GBF rates on Twitter. Like it is still a thing, apparently. Well, that's the thing. You see, it's like, in my mind, it's like that's all that Twitter is, right? It's like for some reason in Japan, people are using it for all of these things as well still. Which is great, but at the same time it's like, because like from all I really do with Twitter as well is to, like just follow artists, like illustration feeds basically, as well as like following mobile game announcements in the past. Like a lot of them, they just like post announcements on Twitter as well, so it's like while scrolling for art I would look at that, so I'd be like, ah, new content's coming, yay. But that's about it, you see, it's weird. Like, Barbie. This anime is just called Barbie, and that's great. But yeah, I don't know. How does Twitter get so much like memeing and shitting on it when like nobody actually uses it? Is what it feels like. Like the only ones I've seen unironically using Twitter to like talk about their daily life are just like Japanese people. It feels like I know a lot of like novel writers, like manga artists as well. A lot of them just use it unironically to be like, hey, I went to like, I don't know, eat fucking French fries today. Look at this, French fries. Here's a picture of my dog. Like that's all of my Twitter feed right now. It's just like it's literally just like the actual artists interacting. And it just leads me to question like, oh, what the fuck does everyone else do in the rest of the world that leads people to like shit on Twitter so much? Although it was kind of funny, like, because the thing is I never really played GBF. It was just a matter of like it coincidentally being the case that some of the circles I followed were playing it, so it's like I just got random like GBF raid help requests on Twitter as well, because like I was following a guy who made jewelry, like literally just a guy who like makes like necklaces and the like, mostly like in the from specific animes and all that. And then it's like periodically he'll just be like sending out like help requests for raids. I was like, I'm glad to see the game is still alive. Although it's really amazing that GBF has survived even up to this day. It's like I'm amazed the game actually has managed to maintain its popularity all the way. I mean, yeah, it's probably not as popular as back then, but even then, it's like it is still significantly popular, right? I would think, at least. Which always amazed me as well. Truly though, do people actually use Twitter? Because I know in like Singapore, nobody uses Twitter. It's like it's a that pun actually like, okay, seeing this actually rotted my brain a little for a second. I thought I was like, yeah, I know she's a cat, so it's like haha, funny pun, but like seeing the word pussy on screen is actually kind of like, it spoke to me a little. Fuck. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. God damn it. 15 defense. 15 defense. Holy fuck. Yeah, I guess all of them just have like some very ridiculously high stat, huh? Other than her. What's her? Oh, she just has highly balanced stats. And Siegfried has no luck, but 15 defense. And I think Achilles was like 15 speed. Yeah, okay. Haru's treasure. 2 more turns to do something. The lost city, search for Archer. Cleansing Abydos. Sojourn in the Alps. Extreme fishing. Oh, this is Ivan's. This is enough? Yeah, this is enough.
そろそろオホーツクの事故多発海域にゃ。了解。怒りを下ろすにゃ。ティーチを待つのだ。わらわに考えがある。プーチン、思考よれ。下ひげ。北
うしてこうして完了だ。船の転覆はもしかしたら海の底にいる巨大な魔物の
It's the
仕業
same.
かもしれない。
okay.
プーチンを使ってのおとり捜査を提案するぞ。
Okay, it's just the same bug as usual. Like, it's kind of scary whenever this fucking error message pops up.
そんな
It just comes out in the middle of a cutscene for no reason every time as well.
水没プレイ。本当に
にゃにゃ、目をキラキラさせてるにゃ。
そうだな。何か見つけたときはプーチンが息を吐き出すというのはどうだ？泡が上がってくれば気づくぞ。
God damn it.
死んじゃうにゃ。窒息プレイ。ひぎ。楽しみすぎます。
True epitome of masochism, really. It's great. It's just so bizarre. It's just like,
よーし、準備はいいかプーチン。大きく息を吸え。了解です、大帝様。ひぎ。
フリアチボディ。
腹にうわ。よーし、準備完了。ティーチを怒りを下ろすのだ。作戦開始だぞ。
了解にゃ。
心配せずとも大丈夫だ。根拠はないがな。反応があったぞ。もしかしてあれか、フィッシュ女のか。ティーチ、すぐに怒りを上げろ。
にゃー、人使いが荒いにゃ。
生きながら食べられる生き絵プレイ。
wait, there was a battle? Alright, there was a battle to this. I forgot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, clearly this image is a very small icon to like hint that it's a battle, but my brain just didn't process it. No, like, oh, small sword icon, like clearly not like 1 pixel in size, right? It's like, this is probably like a, what, 5 pixels? Clearly that was on the screen, so I should have noticed it. I mean, me forgetting to read all the time probably doesn't help with my case, but this time it's really not my fault, right?
早くなお仕事かな。ここのプロット
待機して
Where
いれ
is
ばいいか。
Atto? Oh, there she
い
is.
つでかしがかしてきます。そろそろ
You can just hear the punching in the background.
楽しいな。ごはんおしかしこまあなた様のご命令通りに張り切ってやるぞ。
Bubble barrier, single hit, single target. So here would be
どう
good.
してますね。
Okay, like this.
出番だ。
Oh yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting that like depending on the country, the main type of social media used can change so much. Although I guess the whole world can at the very least agree on one thing, which is that nobody wants to use Facebook at the very least. Like as much as the social media used in multiple countries changes, it's like that's the one thing that remains constant. Is that no one really uses Facebook.
私のターンですの。
Please.
さあ行きましょう。トムいいぞ。ご機嫌。ぬるい。あいつおいしそう。ガリガリ。
Imagine the Philippines like this. Wait, do they really still use like Facebook there? Like I find it hard to believe that anybody in this day and age who is under the age of. Okay, I guess I should have put this at the start, but like I find it hard to believe that anybody under the age of 30 actually still uses Facebook. Like Facebook feels like the thing that everybody's grandmother uses, right? Like nobody anymore uses it, right? Right? You also they get the fake news. Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, that's the thing. See, they will go to Twitter to get the fake news because Twitter is trying to like cancel everybody all the time, right? Then Facebook is where you go to like see what your aunt is talking about and to find like fake pictures of like bearded Jesus or something. It's like only people above like the age of 30 use it, right? Oh, I guess maybe not for Philippines then. Huh. I don't know whether to be impressed or to be disappointed at this point. It's only a breeding ground of fake news now. Yeah, I can imagine, although that's quite unfortunate. Yeah, I can imagine, especially since like, considering the fact that the only people left using Facebook now are just like old people for the most part. It's like, I can imagine that like the only people who will use it are the old people themselves. And people trying to like profit off those old people. I find it hard to believe that anyone else other than those people would use it at the very least. Atomic Ray. Oh fuck, they have a cannon attack. Okay. I can't hit them. Huh. Oh, it just feels surprising that there's actually anybody at all using it to begin with. Breeding ground of fake news. Yeah, that I can imagine at the very least. Like, I guess that doesn't change anywhere in the world, but it's like the only people I know who use Facebook like are my parents and their generation. Like, I can't think of anybody any younger than them who would use it. So it's surprising that I would have thought that Philippines would have like converted to using like TikTok or something at this point in general. Or at least the young people would have, I guess. It's like as long as their parents aren't on the platform, they'll probably use it instead. I'll use Messenger now. Oh yeah, Messenger is a thing, right? I don't know. There was just this like. This Facebook or TikTok now. Shark infested water snakes. Yes, what is Facebook or TikTok? Oh wait, what was the other website that people used to use to like when they wanted to like gaslight and cancel people back then? The one that people started to say that they should start to use since like Elon Musk bought over Twitter. Tumblr, right, Tumblr. Do people still? Yeah, that's all. I mean, people could always be using that instead of Facebook as well, right? Oh. They are very, very into trying new things, to say the least. The fuck did I just see that goddamn cutscene? Okay, who else? Mountain of Mayhem. Oh, I do want to eventually use Geronimo more as well, so
どうかしたと何でも任せ
this
てね
might be good to do now.
そうなんな愛らしい肉汁しいさあやりますよ
So,
今日は星がよく見えそうね。
お兄ちゃんまた山に行こうと思う
it's dangerous to go alone.
心配してくれてありがとうだけど今回は違う普通のピクニック他の仲間にも何人か声をかけているよかったらお兄ちゃんも一緒に行かないやった約束
Oh yeah, I forgot that messenger was a thing. I very rarely use it at all as well. Because somehow back in Singapore, it's like
なんだアルプスの山頂マッターホルンが目的地だと聞いてなかったのか
people tended to use WhatsApp more at first, and then it transitioned from WhatsApp to Telegram for the younger people. Cause like, especially for group projects, like Telegram just worked a lot better.
しっかりしてお兄ちゃん
And then it's like in Japan, everybody uses Line instead, so I never really ended up using like Facebook Messenger. It's a good thing it hasn't caught on, because like at this point, like there isn't really any
大丈夫ですか？どこか痛みます？
yeah, there isn't really any true advantage to Telegram over WhatsApp anymore at this point. Like, as far as I know, in recent years, Telegram really has only been used either by scammers trying to like find people for their new like Bitcoin or investment scam, and as well as the people who are trying to download movies illegally. Like, these are the only two groups of people I know that still use Telegram nowadays.
山酔いの症状が出てるなここでしばらく体を慣らした方がいい
Like, aside from these two groups, I really do not see any people who like
たくさん飲んだ方がいい
use Telegram at all now. In the past, it used to be good, mostly among university students.
あること
そうですよ。
Still unemployed, so no one
する
cares.
ことは
Well, I mean, if they're working, they probably use Slack or something. Like, I think like Dr. K meme did once as well, like using Slack. But Slack is like the go-to tool for companies nowadays. It seems like, at least, especially during the pandemic.
戻ってきましたね。
As to what Slack is, it's basically you can just think like imagine Discord but less advanced, and that is Slack basically.
声が反響して戻ってきているように聞こえる現象だなジェロニモもやるおお何これ面白いすごく楽しいぞ
Oh, well, at least that was what
すごい
the company I worked with in the past before I became unemployed too. That's what they used to
無
use.
垢な子供のようだな可愛らしいおや誰からだろうもしもしハンニバルだ
Slack and what else? I can't remember what the company before that used. Like,
ああそうだなすまないわかっ
I've worked in two companies as well as one doing internship, and all three companies use a different
た
like
マッターホルンの周囲で雪
program.
崩が多発しているらしい空から女性の声が降ってきてそれと同時に雪崩が発生しているらしいまだ被害は出ていないが時間の問題とも言っていた妹としてずっとそばにいる
Yeah, Geronimo is really cute as well. I don't know why. Something about the way she talks in Japanese. In her lines. No, as in like the way her character is built just makes her feel so cute as well. But yeah, I remember companies using MetaMost and Slack. Mostly this two. I'm pretty sure one of the companies I was working at used something that wasn't this tool. But I don't remember what the tool was called anymore at this point. Like every other company has something different that they want to use. More so to like regulate what information gets out, I guess. And how they control their own information. But suffice to say, most companies typically use something that is not used in the consumer market. Like most major companies would not use like Telegram or Discord or WhatsApp or Line. If you go to an SME? Small medium enterprise, SME, yeah. You go to an SME level, there are a lot of companies that do it, especially startups as well. Like, I know a few that use MetaMost, because MetaMost is like an open source version of Slack. And basically both of these are just like, they're exactly this. You can picture Discord, right? They're almost identical to Discord. It's just a matter of like, they are removed from the consumer market. So it's a bit more secure because you can keep the information that gets out a bit more insular. Like you can't really like decide that, oh, I want to copy paste my entire like company's like information and just dump it on the random Discord group. Like the reason why most of them do it on like one of those other softwares is just so that they can keep it isolated. And then you can have a separate like, you can have your company's internal VPN watch and block information traffic with Discord. Although as far as I know, most companies like, they don't know how to regulate information traveling between their own software and any other software. So it's like, it doesn't really matter that they're using their own software. It just makes things a bit more like confusing, I guess. Tree Parley for explore for sale.
次の作戦は
No, I need boot and mouth.
なかなか銃の手入れ中だ。
Boot and mouth. Can I? You don't even have the right
書類のチェックをいたします。
set practice to
つ
do
まみ
this.
お花
姉さんに呼ぼう。
準備を。
準備完了だ。
1, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5, 9. I have 9 slots, so at least 2 people need to have 2, 3,
さっさと承知。
like this.
隣。腹減ったな。お仕事は？勝負頑張り参ります。
Boot, mouth, boot, and mouth. So good ideas to actually have those 3 overlapping, huh?
出撃します。いつで作戦会議かしら。
Okay, that's parley. I need more boots. And I need more boats.
叫ぶ大声だ。銃の手入れ。いい解決してくる。よしやる。わしか
2 more
まだか。なんだ
boots.
作戦は。
I don't want to use Jeremy though. I don't want to use Bailey though.
アレキサンドリアか。
I don't want to use Alexander though. Fuck, there's so few.
相談事。どうする？早く全力で行きます。
Okay, fine, I'll do it.
どうしたんです？
どこ見てんだ？
よしいける。よし潰してこよう。
お茶でも。
Oh, it's a full fucking party just for this.
迷ったらそれがしたぞ。
ようこそおいでくださいました。ジパングの皆様。
But yeah, it was bizarre, like how shady Telegram has become recently. Like I still have it installed, but at this point I'm starting to wonder if I should just delete it and just like ask my friends to contact me on Discord like any other normal Zoomer would. Because I don't know why some of them are still using goddamn like Telegram to like contact each other. Like we're not even that old, but they're acting like complete boomers. They're like, oh, now all I use is Facebook and Telegram. I'm like, the fuck, bro? You a fucking boomer or something? It's like every other week, right? I would just get like a new like scam group ad on Telegram. It's very annoying. Where people can just add you into a group against your will, and then you have to actually exit the group on your own. Uses LinkedIn.
ああ久しいな。突然押しかけて申し訳ない。
I mean, at least LinkedIn has some level of use, right? I don't know. I use it as well, but like I only like update it every time I need to change jobs. Like until I want to change jobs, right? Or I'm looking for a new job, I would never use LinkedIn. It's like I can see the appeal because it lets you get in contact with like professionals in most jobs all over the world. And I have actually gotten a few like job like offers through LinkedIn as well for companies that are actually decently good.
触れたものは皆意識を奪われ昏睡してしまいました。今はこうして
触ったらやべえ玉なのにどうやって鳥かごに入れたんだ？
I recall like was it
鳥なのか？
like I remember getting an offer from Crytek and Unity both. Like there are people who use LinkedIn, but even then it's like I don't know how much value one can really say like LinkedIn has. I know people who use LinkedIn quite. You still be learning stuff that you can actually answer interview questions. Well, interview questions are a bit tough. Yeah, it's like if it's the conventional questions, it's not too bad. The main worry comes when all those companies that like try to give like weird lowball questions. I guess like I know Google does that a lot. Like, let me call it. Like I remember like Google used to ask questions like I mean the context would be more Singapore but it's like they will ask you like contextually like in your country's context to be like yes does this highway probably a highway that people in the country would actually know, they just ask you like so how many cars do you think like cross this highway in a single day and why? Like they just give you a question like that and they don't expect people to actually know the answer, they just want to hear the thought process, but those kind of questions are very fucky as well. Like with questions like those, it's kind of hard to... It's very easy to get spooked by those, and I know that I did get spooked by those quite a few times as well. Yeah, it's very fun, but it's very spooky as well. Yeah, those questions are fun to answer, but those are the ones that are a bit spooky in an interview, because the chance of... since there is no right answer per se, it's kind of fucky. Yeah, textbook questions are just very boring. It's like the standard template Japanese question is just like... It's not even a question, like the standard Japanese company is just like, okay, can you introduce yourself please? Like, I hate that question. It's the most stupid question that they can ask in my opinion. Like, it's so generic. And most Japanese companies, right, when they because they use a different set of templates for their resumes as well, your self-introduction is already written on the resume, and they'll still ask you it anyway. Like I don't know if they don't read it or they can't be bothered, or they want you to say something different. But from my experience, at the very least, it's like they don't really... It feels like more like a question meant to buy time and to see if you actually somehow manage to contradict yourself. Other than that, it's a very boring question. Like, I don't want to introduce myself like across like 100 fucking interviews. Like, it's really written there. I'm literally regurgitating what I really wrote there to like 100 companies, or like just summarizing it. And then sometimes when you summarize it, they're like, some companies actually reject the interview because they're like, oh yeah, no, we don't get a sense of him from his like his like own like self-introduction, which is like, bro, it's written there. Everything you wanted to know was already written on the resume. The fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, I guess textbook questions will change a lot depending on the country, right? Maybe.
私はやっぱりこの世界を壊したいの。あんた、それを手伝いなさい。私、今度は諦める気がないの。絶対協力してもらうわよ。賛同できないですって？ 私の辛さを知ってるのに賛同してくれないの？嫌い。あんたなんか大嫌い。もう知らない。反省してるかと思ったのに、こんなやつ海に捨てちゃえ。かしこまりました。
Oh, was this how the plot? Ah, so that's how we ended up in the sea. I understand now.
何をやめさせたいんだ？お主は縁側で寝るのが好きだのう。おま、その様子、いつもの夢の続きを見ておったのか。解説？事態が進めば新しい夢を見る。なんだか物語のようだの。まあしかしシンプルだ。先を見たければ前に進むしかない。実にそれがしたな。お主はちと物事を真面目に考えすぎる。それがしではあるが、もっと気楽に行け。足りない部分はそれがしが補ってやる。
The whole plotline moving along the fact that he's just amnesiac, that he has amnesia, really just feels a bit corny, I have to say. But yeah, it's like textbook questions, like, I don't know, like the only ones I can really think of is like every other company is just like asking you like, would just ask like what your past experiences are, right? Like they just look at what's in your resume and be like, oh, you wrote this here, so could you tell us more about this and that? Like those are all the only questions I really remember at this point. Aside from that, it's like most of what I know is just like Japanese companies, because even in Singapore, I typically applied to Japanese companies. Yeah, mine was just quite weird, I guess. No, as in, yeah, no, it should be fine. As in, they'll probably ask you like about the what you experienced in your whatever you write on the resume. So like, if you say like, oh, I interned at, for example, a what do you call it? Like I interned at the SME that does consulting, for example. Then they'd be like, so what did you experience there, or like what was one of your greatest achievements? Like those are the most like generic questions they can ask, I guess. Like, so what would you say was the most important thing you did there that you would want to share with us? Something like that. It's all very corny, but basically stuff like that, I guess. Like I remember for my second internship, that was the case as well. Then when I applied to the first Japanese company I worked for, they were asking about the degree in game design I took separately from university. Oh, she's gonna declare war on us, isn't she? Oh, it's another fucking horrible one. Well, I guess we can't actually progress the story. It's great. Yeah, progression is for scrubs. Who needs that? I mean, it should be, but yeah, I mean, they typically ask about the, more so about the experiences that you have had, rather than like, as in that you wrote on the resume, rather than asking you like outright like what experiences you have. Like for mine, it's like initially before I did my first internship, I did help out like with my uncle's like consultancy business, like just as a family thing. So like I actually wrote that on my resume as well. So a lot of what they asked for my first like internship was like stuff related to that. Like they just asked me like so about the type of job I was doing as far as possible without giving away like actual company secrets, of course. But like they just ask you like what kind of jobs did you do? What you would consider a crowning achievement. I think that's the most like generic question. Like every Japanese company I've worked for till now as well, which is only like 2 or 3, but even then, every single one of them asks the same question, which is like, at your previous workplace, like, what would you consider the most impressive of your achievements, and like how did you achieve it? Which I guess in your context, if you haven't worked before, it'll be like in college or like high school or externally from the education system in general, what you did that could be considered impressive, that you would want to flex to them. Basically, you want to flex on them as far as possible. But you don't want to flex too hard. You want to humble brag on them, kinda. You want to tell them like, look at me, I'm fucking good. But you want to do it in a low-key way, to say it. To put it simply, I guess.
わかりました。ありがとうございます。天ぷら天ぷら天ぷら。はあ、ごま油のいい匂いです。よだれがジュバジュバです。ジュバババババ。
Okay, you want to tell them like, I did this. This is impressive. This is why it's impressive, kinda. But more importantly, this is how I achieved it and what I learned from it. I guess that underlying part is the most important part. Like, that a lot of companies are looking out for, but some of them don't actually overtly tell you that that's what they're looking out for. Like when they ask for experiences, they're not looking for like how impressive the thing that the person has done is, but more like, in order to achieve this, what challenges they went through, how they overcame those challenges, and what they learned from the entire like thing. It's a very template and generic question, but like a lot of companies like to ask it, and if you can give them something, an experience outside of the education system, you would tend to fare better because it shows like initiative as well.
お料理の美味しさが半減してしまいます。それでもなおこの美味しさ。いやあんたらさっきから夢中で食べとるやん。よう言うでほんま。最後のエビ天いただきます。
That's a lot.
お待ちなさい。ランスロット。
Her voice is so cute. I can't.
エビ天を7本食べている
I
わ。
cannot help
違います。
myself.
これが11本目です。
なんて罪深い。ランスロット、最後の1本はまだエビ天を召し上がっていないアーサー様に譲るべきですわ。
いいえ、私は構いません。ランスロット、どうぞ召し上がってください。ガウェイン、アイユへの忠告、嬉しく思いますわ。わーい、アーサー様ありがとうございます。いただきます。
なりません、ランスロット。
お腹が空きました。
アーサー様、いけませんわ。ランスロットはこと食に関しては遠慮がなさすぎます。ここは王の威厳を見せておきませんと。
天ぷらの主役はエビ天やさかいな。あーたん、食べとかんともったいないで。私は以前食べたことがありますし、ランスロットに譲ってもいいのですが。
アーサー様の優しさ、感服いたします。ですが、ここはランスロットのためにも心を鬼にするところですわ。
ガベイン。
では折衷案を、このエビ天を2つに切りましょう。アーサー様とランスロットで半分ずつ食べればひとまず問題は解決です。
でもよ、頭側と尻尾側で形も味も違うんじゃねえか。それって半分ずつって言えんのか。
わいは尻尾側がええな。
私はどちらかというと頭側かな。アー
ーサー様はどっちですか？
私は尻尾側派です。私も尻尾側派です。カラリと上がった尻尾は格別ですよね。尻尾ポリポリおいしいぜ。
そういや、私が尻尾残すと鬼のように叱るよな、マーリン様。
個人的には尻尾や頭は別揚げにしていただきたい。その方が香ばしさが際立つ。
なんということでしょう。
Is that really a thing?
一枚岩だと思っていた騎士たちの間で
I didn't even know that the taste was that different for like
確かにこれは由々しき事態です。
what do you call it? Ebi tempura at the
ブ
very
リタニ
least.
ア崩壊の目となるかもしれません。今のうちに意思を統一しておいた方が。
Also, to be fair, most people probably eat. You don't eat the whole thing in one mouth, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Not that I know
ブ
of
リ
at
タ
least.
ニアの結束を揺るがす大事態やね。詳しいことは省くけど、ランスロットとアータンとはいい。
Well, I guess I'm just too much of a peep to understand the taste difference.
あと一つしかないねん。
さりげなく自分も食べたいアピールしましたね、マーリン様。
二つに分ければ平和的に解決できるかと思ったのですが、アーサー様、ランスロット、どちらも尻尾側派なんですの。
ついでにエビ天頭至上派と尻尾至上派、尻尾食べる派と残す派でも揉めてんだ。
ここで生まれた小さなわだかまりがやがて大きなひびとなり、ブリタニアを揺るがすかもしれない。
Yeah, true.
何か
Everything
いい
just tastes
解決
better
策は
when
ない
when
だろ
you're
う。
hungry,
病んで
right?
いる。
I guess that's why the kebab that I usually go to tastes so good every single time. Because I always go there when I'm starving as well.
よしんばもう一皿注文できるとしても、これほどうまい料理だ。2日くらいは待たされるんだろ。
天ぷらは飲み物じゃねえんだから、もう一皿とか無理だろ。
Although more like when you say like the what do you call it? Those like generic interview textbook questions. Like what kind of questions do you even mean though? Like I'm actually kind of curious because like the only ones I know are really the
マジかよ。
Japanese
ほとん
ones,
ど
which
時
are
間が経ってねえぞ。
which in my mind are very generic, but I don't know how generic they actually are outside of Japan as well.
あー、匂いだけで丼ご飯が食べられます。美味しそうです。
So like actual like
これこそが
what do you call it? Technical questions as well.
素晴ら
I
しい。
see.
お店の方の手早さ、そしてお料理の味、あなた様の起点と采配、すべて愛なくしては成り立ちませんわ。
Like, I'm surprised they actually asked that as a question though. Like
すべての意見を同時に満
at
た
the
す
very
なんて
least for Japanese companies, how I know they do it is that like in terms of actual like programming
や
related
は
stuff,
りジパン号は素晴らしいです。
most companies actually prepare a completely different like
拝みながら食べるわ。素晴らしい
test
のでお
for
かわ
the
りが欲しいです。
interviewee to take, if anything. So like before you even take the interview, they just get you to do a test as well in terms of like actual programming knowledge. So that they can actually like use the interview time to focus more on asking questions about the person themselves instead. Although I guess that might just be a Japanese thing. Like they strongly believe that the interview itself is more useful for trying to understand the personality of the person so that they can
思ったことでもあるのかしら。
figure out if they want to invest into hiring the person for life.
なんだ？お待ちしております。
She looks very familiar.
どう
Like
いかがいたしましょう。
she reminds me of that one character from Counter Side. Although I guess the character from Counter Side resembles her more so than the reverse, but still.
実行型かご相談事ですか？
Just the color scheme is different as well. I don't give back all my characters yet. No, I still need to wait till the next turn.
Ah, ここに、はい、当然、歌っちゃいま
Touch.
神様さっさと決めなさいよ。
1, 2, 3.
参りますか。
I need a
あっち向い
healer.
てケツの
Rasputin.
わかりました。いただきまーす。
I feel like Rasputin probably just die in the middle somewhere with how things usually go.
それは
But it'll be
私の残像
funny,
よ。
so it's fine.
わかったわ。出撃開始させる
7.
です。会議ですか。
Oh, I can be cocky and just bring 6, right? 1, 2.
少し出撃か。早く決めてよ。どうした。いけます。商売のお花。体がなまってる気がするわ。
6.
あっち向いてほら。
Still can work. I could make this
出撃の
work.
のし
Yeah.
ってほしい。あっち。
人構わんぞ。
That's 1. There's 2 healers. Let's see if it works. I'm curious. Just let me take my meds real quick. Fuck, I have no water. I guess I'll just take it. Ah, it's so bitter. Fuck. Fuck. Feels like I shouldn't be downing like medicine with Pepsi, but like I have no water nearby. Oh, that's so bitter. Fuck.
いじめられて花になる。いぎ、いた。どうにかなるわよ。神様の名のもとに。ごちそうですか。
待ってたよ。
どうしてやろうかしら。
She's so fucking fast. Like, it's fucking crazy how fast she goes.
私やります。ありゃ。行きます。
ワクワクするね。
Crit? No crit. Do this.
行きます。
What's your luck of 1?
セキュー。出番ね。
Oh, the scum! They actually like sealed her. Ah, that's fucked. They just sealed her movement. Just as I wanted to use the skill to like stop them, to like crit them. Fuck. It's gonna hurt, isn't it?
今、
Oh, it's toxic. It's just like every other league player. God damn it. Nay. That
トップ
hurt.
ギアで行くわ。
I need to actually stop it from using that fucking skill.
早く。まだ。
Or I just need to crit.
愛人もし
We shouldn't be this. Oh no, her luck is
行き
2.
ますか。
Of
戦
course.
闘なら私だね。
Onimaru, Juzumaru, Mikazuchi. Okay.
晩ご飯出やってきます。なんなりと遅行ってきます。何スピードって大事よね。出番ね。
Oh yeah. In terms of like programming related questions, that one I can't really help with, unfortunately either. It's like I'm too used to them, like if anything, just putting it in a separate quiz instead.
制略
Although those were also very time consuming and I really hated those. Like the fact that they actually made like interview questions part of a separate quiz. It's like for someone who's unemployed, it's not as bad to do those. Like I remember when I was looking at my first job, it's like taking time to do those tests was fine because you just do them at home at your own pace. But like when I was like looking for a new job recently, I was like, oh, it's horrible trying to like do those Japanese interview tests. Like at night after work and then go to work the next day. Let's see now, more 0 weight. Everything has 0 weight. I basically don't... Wait, no, can they do anything? Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Why are you in the second row? This is a cannon unit with no cannon skills. Okay, I understand now. It's a bait. I've been baited pretty badly then. It's an enemy. What the fuck? It's like, you know, it's like playing Pokemon and just like having that one enemy that's just like... It has no attacks based off its typing for some reason. It's just like a big funny meme that somebody puts in to just bait others. Although I guess this game doesn't have like stat bonus, so it doesn't really matter. But even then, it's very weird seeing it like this. Though while not having to deal with the stupid like Pokemon style stat bonus is always great. And then this is the end of the floor, so I can do this, but do I want to end it so quickly? I could potentially get the heal in. And I feel like I actually want the heal, but... Ah, okay, we advance. Her basic attack is a heal, so she can heal herself. And then I do this. Is it happening again? It is happening again. It's like all the enemies in the back row just don't have any... Yeah, like these three just have attacks that can't even like hit anyone. They just like cast debuffs on the second row. And I guess they just wait for you to run into their range, otherwise they can't do anything. It's so weird. Although I guess that's good for me, so sure. I don't mind. We'll do this. Although, yeah, good luck with the interviews as well. There's someone who was also doing quite a few recently to another. Good luck. Like, they can really get quite horrible to have to go through, but at the same time it's like the wall's kind of fucked and we don't get a choice, which sucks, but still, good luck, and hopefully you get a job that, you know, you're actually interested in. Just don't end up in like some black abusive company like me and work yourself to half to death. As long as you don't do that, you should be good. Guess I have to do more of the story missions for Rasputin, huh? Otherwise I don't actually get the funny buffs either. And the even more OP heal skill as well. Yeah, we can do that. We'll probably have to do it like the next turn or something. Because I don't think I need to specifically bring her to battles yet. Oh no. Time wasting skills. My one true weakness. How did you know?
こりゃいい。
胸いっぱいです。まだまだ戦えるわね。
Oh, I really need more AoE. I didn't realize it till I brought this party in, but I have like no fucking AoE at all.
ただじゃ済まさないわよ。ゲン。バカじゃないの。はーい、行くわよ。
Okay, okay, this is such a weird formation. I can hit you. Right. There we go.
わかりました。
She builds up so much brave as well. It's kind of impressive. Like, just in general, she just does so much.
さあ、行くよ。
Let me do this.
狙撃武装。
バキュッ。ローバルト。バキュッ。
やりましたね。
Hmm.
も
Of
う
course.
私の番。
ローバルト。
Yeah, like a single punch just builds up 2 bars of brave. Like, you can see why they're like fucking. She's like fucking top tier. The highest speed in the game, and a single punch builds up brave so quickly as well.
頑張ります。ほら。
Although it was very bizarre seeing tier this for the RPG version of this game. Like, for the gacha game version that they made, like I could understand it because like the PvP actually was like quite well done for a gacha game at least.
手番ね。このくらいで倒れないよね。
How much is gonna be? Oof. Oh, that's actually quite a weak skill.
いた。
Or not.
お腹が減って力が。
Wait, why did it do so little damage to just Rasputin? What the fuck?
向かいます。
What the fuck is that skill? Like, it was weak and yet it did... Huh? Ah, right. She had like major damage reduction. I understand now. I don't even remember the effects of the gear I gave to her. It has reached that point.
その了解です。
And it doesn't help that reading in this game is even more annoying to do, just by virtue of the fact that the way they do the skill descriptions at times is just like my brain just can't register it. It just does not comprehend what the skill does.
ランスロット水産です。ほら。
Uh-oh. No.
いた。
Ah, fucking
逃
curse.
げるなら今のうちだよ。
Fucking. It's a lot more intimidating than I used to give it credit for, that curse skill, like. Well, arguably it's just more of a waste of time more than anything else, but at the same time, like, the debuffs it causes are really quite not fun to deal with.
いけます。
Though I guess as long as I don't give them a chance to do the funnies, I should be fine, right? Overall.
嬉しいわ。
I just cannot or should not give them a chance to
攻撃を受けつつ回復さ
pass
れ
that
る
stupid bow skill.
合わせてください
And all is well.
ありがとうゲールカリスもう私の番
Hmm.
痛くしてあげるわスパイラル
No, at this point I'm starting to feel like if I manage to somehow actually get this game done,
やりましたね
I don't know what I'm gonna play next actually, come to think of it. Like, because on the Steam Summer Sale I bought a bunch of games, right? I've been playing them like off stream, but at the same time, like, most of them feel like so
もっと戦えと幸せ
unfun to stream at the very least. I don't know if I actually want to do it.
何するんですか
Like I was playing Unity of Command 2, and that was fun. Like playing war simulation games, but like it doesn't sound fun to stream. Like, it's like trying to stream a game of Civilization. It's like I don't think people. I don't know if that would be actually entertaining. Because with a game like that, I actually need to be more entertaining, right? In order to make it work. I would think at
もう
least.
私の番
But therein lies the problem.
飛んでけウィンド絶対お返しするんだから
Because like, the game itself is going to be pretty boring to look at, right? It's just literally like
できてくださいよ
character more. Well, not like this game is any more entertaining, I suppose, but still. You know, it feels like it would be weird to stream. At the very least. Especially with Unity of Command 2, because like... I don't know if it's considered safe scumming, but like that game is like... It really does require you to intentionally restart the same stage over and over again in order to clear it. If you want to actually like clear a single stage with all achievements, I guess.
ナイスアシストそれしみる
Because like a large part of that is also RNG,
すみません
right? Like you call an airstrike on a town.
勝負ね
How many people actually you actually hit? Do you even do damage? Like everything is just RNG at that point. No, it's basically like rolling a gacha to decide whether or not you can clear the entire game.
頑張ります
With all achievements, I guess. If you want to let's like clear the main objectives, it's easy, but like
行くわよ
you're just thinking of trying to play it and just sitting here basically just like doing the equivalent of just like rolling a gacha in a different game with no gacha. Feels a bit eh. No, at that point I might as well just play like Shiny Mars or something. And actually roll the gacha. Oh no, is that skill again?
ユスポスさん働いてください
Oh no, I can't stop it.
食べたいです
Can I do this?
セイレイさんありがとうお礼をするわね
Just like buff my defense and hope for the best
ド
instead.
M のための回復風も
As long as she doesn't crit twice,
うわ
I think everyone can survive.
楽しくなる
この私
Yep.
が本気で来てくださいよ
Yeah, basically she has to not do that.
私
呂布姉さんのお通り
You know, at the very least, the battle itself is not hard. It's just like a bit RNG right
今
now.
向かいますいい先に行くわよとわかりました
Look, I just need to.
行くわ
Do
よ
all of them have that skill? Or is it just the one in the back? It's just the one at the back. So basically I need to kill the one at the back a lot earlier on. I need to focus them down to some extent.
任せときな
with a party that cannot hit the back row at all. This is great. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Saga Mobile. You will go next. And aside from that, I've actually bought the Starship Trooper game as well. I'm gonna try streaming that, but at the same time, that game felt a lot more mediocre than I thought it would be. You know, at first I was like, oh, Starship Trooper, you know, I can actually like just play the game and it'll probably have a lot of memes. You know, because like if they're gonna make a movie about a satirical movie, right, you would expect that, yeah, like memes from the movie would be like in the game, or at least something stupid, you know. The movie was more or less a meme, so obviously the game based off the movie ought to have been full of memes, right? But apparently nah, there were none. It was very unfortunate. The game itself was fine. It actually plays a lot like We Are Billions. Actually, no, it was a bit more... At points, it actually felt like it could have been more interesting than We Are Billions, but like... The execution was just a bit too shit, I guess. That's how I'd put it. Had it been executed better, it could have been a game that would have been better than We Are Billions. But no, instead we get game that is Sakeya. 1K. We got a game that was basically like a lower budget version of We Are Billions, if anything, in the end. Like, it was kind of funny, right? When you see like the, what do you call it? The character models just like despawn out of nowhere. Or like the enemies just spaz out on the spot because the AI programming was quite horrible. Starship Trooper. I think it came out quite recently. Starship Trooper Terran Command. It is based off the movie Starship Trooper, which basically the exact same name here. The memes are very funny. The gameplay looks a lot like We Are Billions, but overall it was quite a boring experience, I guess. Would be a way to put it, even though it sounds kind of mean to put it that way. You know, when I first played, I was like, oh, this is great. It's like We Are Billions, except with bugs. And I can make funny memes about the, I'm doing my part. And the only good bug is a dead bug. Like, it's good for the initial meme appeal, but like the game itself takes itself very seriously instead of like playing to the satire that made the original movie good, in my opinion at least. So I don't know, for all we know, the actual movie could have been trying to take itself seriously as well. It's just that it ended up being so shit that people, like the top like movie critics probably saw it and like, oh no man, this totally can't be an actual movie, this has to be satire. And the movie stuff and like, yeah, totally. No, it totally was satire. That could have been the case as well, I don't know. Because the movie felt like it was making fun of a lot of like things regarding politics in general, particularly in the US. But who knows how much of that was intentional, right? And the game doesn't make a good kid. And the only problem is that the game does not capture any of that. So I just played it and I was like, oh yeah. It's basically We Are Billions, but like worse. Because like, it's very weird seeing character models like spaz out in a way that's... It's not really ragdolling, it's more like how do I put it? the bugs on death, instead they don't really ragdoll. It's more like it takes them like 2 seconds to register they're dead. So they would like continue walking on the spot and then they drop dead. In an offline game, by the way, so it's not a case of like lag or delay causing it to like register their death late. It's just a case of like this thing doesn't realize that it's dead, and the game doesn't do a good job of like dealing with that in a sense.
神様の名のもとに神様向こうで待ってるから殴ってください。いじめられて花になる。ひぎ
Then it's like the Terran Marines that you control as well. Like the characters, the aesthetic of it looked very blocky in a way that felt like they look like toy models, which is fine in a sense, but at the same time, I was just like, it feels weird looking at the game and just being like the aesthetics in general and the way it's played. Like a lot of stuff just felt like it was lagging, even though it's an offline game, which in itself actually makes it feel very questionable why everything felt like that. I don't know. Wait, I think actually there's barely any damage on that, so that's good. Oh yeah, the game is still pretty. I think it's still pretty decently highly rated, right? It's just that people are saying like, oh yeah, it may not be worth purchasing right off the bat. Was one of the or rather, there's a lack of content was one of the comments. But there were a lot of missions in it that reminded me a lot of Rebellions, which was nice. While those feelings lasted, at least. Like we even had like missions that felt like they took place in buildings as well. So it really captured like even the parts of Rebellions where you actually were not building a base but just like exploring ruins and all that as well. No, I guess I'm just a little bummed that it wasn't as a meme as I thought it would be. Oh, she didn't crit. Second kill? Yeah, this might actually kill, huh? No. Ooh. 100 HP. Holy shit, okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. It might be easier to just retry this one. Slow but powerful bash attack. It feels like pushing them back wouldn't do me much good either, huh? Look, I could push them back, but even if I push them back, they just use like the poison skills. It feels like what I'm gonna want to do is to what's this do? That's 2 speed. So that's 1, okay. Feels like what I'm gonna want to do is to force them into using the high cost skill. And then once they use it, I just can force them to cancel and waste their time basically. Yeah, like cause them to use the 5 cost skill. And when they do, then I crit them and then I push them back. So that they can't do shit. Oh, but doing that is gonna be a pain, is the problem. Although with this party, I guess I do kind of have enough crit to maybe pull it off. Pushes the enemy back. Do I want to do that? No, I don't think I want to do that. Not yet, at any rate. Nugami and Killer Stone. Killer Stone sounds like a JoJo name, I don't know why. Although speaking of JoJo, like Stone Ocean was a bit of a letdown, wasn't it? I don't know, something about Stone Ocean just felt a bit more mediocre, I guess, than expected. I don't know. Like the plot itself overall just felt like, I mean, yeah, JoJo is just all memes, but even then, it's like compared to all of the other memes, that meme felt a little less meme, I guess. And it's just like them trying to like, oh look, lady person, and just like try to use that as much as possible instead. Son, no. Ah, that's annoying. Well, I guess it's not as bad as getting hit by his toxic skill. Right? Does he also toxic? One poison, one toxic skill. Huh. So he did have both. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not too bad. Actually, not too bad. I was expecting way worse when he hit me there, but it works. The only annoying thing now is actually trying to heal up, huh? It's like winning is not difficult, I guess. But winning will actually achieve not having Achilles at too low HP is the problem. I don't know why they had to make the ancient heroes like this though. It's like they feel more underpowered just because of this, if anything. They don't feel like ancient heroes as a result, I guess. Is the problem I have with this, like kick is there. Both would go below, so we do this. Like they're supposed to be the most OP of all the heroes, that's why they are called the ancient heroes, but at the same time it's like they're so underwhelming that at times it just feels like, I guess they could be an ancient hero, maybe, but oh no. The fact that you can't even like heal them properly is one very annoying thing about it, I guess. Like yeah, their stats are high, their damage is pretty OP, but the fact that like most armies you can kind of like replenish them using money. But these ancient heroes are like, no, you need to let them naturally recover or to heal them in battle. Which is like, considering the fact that you heal like what, 5 to 10% per turn. If you don't bring them into battle, it's like you're gonna take like 10 fucking turns to heal them, which that's not fun at all. Okay, one more of something. Maybe something waifu related? Maybe? Do we have anything I could do that's waifu related? I mean, everything in this game is waifu related, but still. Like the important waifus related. Insert mission name here. What the fuck? Oh, it's her! Right, so that's why. God damn it. Insert mission name here. Well fucking played. Sure, why not?
森の任務ですか？作戦会議かしら。処理ここです。了解。行きまーす。活躍してくれよ。どうした？何かあったのかい？何かあったの？セーブはした。無駄を省く。
Wait,
どうする
did
の
she
かい？
just...
ボードの上にコマを並べておくよ。フラグを立てようか。パーティープレイだね。それじゃ行こうか。ワクワクするね。ゲームスタートだ。何が出るかな。ゲームスタートだ。
I'm pretty sure I just heard her ask if I saved the game. Like, I can't get the line to replicate, but yeah. She has a lot of very meta lines. I kinda like that.
のんびり決める。なんな。
私はカーメン様の
誰もは絶対ですから。
それではこれより釣り大会を開始する。
Is the humidity too high or am I just getting like choked by carbon monoxide or something? Why do I feel like
それがし始め。よーし、私はガッチン漁ね。ハンマーで岩を叩いて魚を気絶させる漁なのさ。とりゃー
kind of short on breath for some reason.
お魚ハ
Not sure if the air conditioner's busted or something.
私はタコツボ漁ってわけさ。
呂布姉さんのスキンボウ漁の腕お見せする時が来たね。
いっけ
わらわはプーチンを使ったヌードリング漁法だ。さあ、プーチンの腕を餌代わりに大物を釣り上げてやるぞ。
Oh, god damn it.
生きえな私。
Just like in real life, they're making the Russians in this game just completely insane, aren't they? Insane and abusive, just like in real life.
それがしの弟を一日好きにして良い権利をつけてみた。おかげで参加者殺到よ。お主の人気はそれがしだの。
ねえ、マサムね。僕も参加していいのかな。
もちろん構わぬぞ。断る理由はどこにもない。
僕は釣りに関してはチートキャラだからハンデがあった方がいいと思うんだけど。
Oh no, she's the gamer girl, isn't she? You're just gonna like use all these fucking game references and break the fourth wall here and there. She's like top net basically, isn't she?
それもそうだね。じゃあ全力で行かせてもらうよ。あの辺かな。
なんだやりゃ。三つ柱。あれが魚だっていうのかい。
この水域の主ってわけか。いきなりすげえもん釣り上げたってわけだな。
釣り上げたっていうか、うわあの魚私たちより大きいんだけど。何やら怒っているように見えるぞ。あとはあの巨大魚を倒して陸に上げれば僕の優勝かな。それじゃちょっと行ってくるね。
Oh yeah, seeing all of her gamer girl references and all of her, what do you call it, fourth wall breaking, really is reminding me of all those Neptune games as well. It felt like there was a time where those used to be quite popular as well, wasn't there? Like with the Neptune series games. Although it seems like the series in general is just like not as popular nowadays. I mean, like it kind of fell off or something. I don't know how you put it, but like, it doesn't have that same level of popularity anymore.
ここ出番ですね。
立ちたいの。的確にこなさなくちゃ。やだ、目立っちゃう。出ますね。成果を出すわ。それ。
Like, I remember playing a lot of the Neptune games as well when they first released many years ago. Especially the first one, even though the first one is like the shittiest one of them all. It was such a bizarre game that like I only found out about because like after, or I only found out after the fact that they actually built up quite a cult following as well. Even though the game was like not that popular on release. Because you can only imagine, right? It's an RPG, which basically just has a meme plot, right? Which on its own is fine, right? Everybody loves memes. That's why Revengeance is still a popular game now, right? Clearly. Not like... It was weird, like, the way the game played. And the plot was all just like memes and waifus. Which was great, but like, yeah. Imagine... You can just imagine, right? Normal RPG gameplay, but instead of using items from your inventory, like just push button to item, you kind of had to like set probabilities on all the different items in the menu, and then the characters will auto trigger it when their HP reaches below a certain value. It was quite bizarre. You know, things like if HP reaches below 50%, then you set like you basically have 100% to work with, and then you just set like what is the percentage chance you want them to use this item at once they go below a set HP value. I'm just like, yeah, I guess it could work, but it just felt very weird. Because like if you wanted to use items with like any level of consistency, you basically had to reopen the menu every time you wanted to use an item, and then toggle that item's like trigger rate to 100%. And then you just basically were playing with sliders the entire battle to use items. He'll probably use snipe, which I don't want him to snipe too hard. Oh no. It would appear I made a very serious mistake in my judgment. Fuck that damage. Oof. Siegfried Brawls, narrow Napoleon. Like this? I guess. We basically just want to keep the center as empty as possible, I guess. So that we don't fucking die horribly. Right off the bat, at least. Sea Cleaver. 1, 2, 1, 2 are still in range. How did that even happen though? Yeah, it was quite bizarre how much fourth wall breaking there was in the net games. It was great. If only the series itself like managed to, I don't know what you call it, like managed to stay interesting, I guess. It was like a lot of the, at some point after the first few games in particular, it just became like the same thing every time. Which, yeah, I guess with like game series, you kind of want like some level of consistency between the games, but it just feels a bit wasted. To me, at least, that the game just became like, yeah, the same thing every time. Ooh, 17k. You really want to get rid of that fucking fish in the back ASAP, huh? Can I even reach it though? Feels like it'll take too long. What is this range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Basically, it can hit me as long as I'm in the row. That's good to know. Like, it just can't miss. It's just gonna hit me regardless. Sure? I guess I need to focus it down instead, huh? Oh, okay. I was expecting it to do way more damage than that, so that was surprising. Although I guess that's actually a good thing. No, I just need to kill it ASAP. But how? Maybe I should change the party up a little. That was insert mission name here. Yeah, this one. Where is she? She should be near the top, aren't she? I need more spears. And I guess more swords that can hit back. Where's Arthur? Where's the... No, I did Arthur's story, so Arthur should be like in this pose. Yeah. Uh-oh. I guess Siegfried is fine. Like this? I guess? Although this feels a little overkill as well. Like this? I guess. Then I can hit him. Yeah. He's just barely in range now. Of course. And now he goes first. The pain. Wait, does he have a T-bar? All -1. Ah, that's why. This spot. Wait, is it this spot? For enemies in front. Ah, yeah, that's why. Oh, that fucking sucks. It's the entire roll. It's the entire roll. And their HP is pretty high as well. Okay, let's do some other story first then. Why not? Yeah, this one looks like it's gonna be like just loot for no reason at all. Let's do this one.
一生懸命してきま相談したいことでもあらしはるん？なあベディビエル、あんたのロケットパンチだいぶガタがきとんのとちゃう？少し妙な音しと。そうなんです。実は最近小さいものや柔らかいものが持ちにくくて。こっつちっちゃい音やけど金属のきしむ音がしとるわ。よかったらうちが新しいの作ったのか？いいんですか？やったー！ぜひお願いします。そんなあかんに決まっとるやろ。あんた乙女をなんやと思うとるんや。でも 王子様になら私。
ベディ広げて、そうもっと。ああ、よく見えるよベディ。こんなところをオイルでトロトロにして。いけない子だねベディ、いけない子だ。
ダメです王子様、そのスイッチはギアが上がっちゃいます。なんちゃってなんちゃって、もうベディったらいけない子。もちろんです。せっかくやし欲しい機能とかあったらつけたるで。大砲とかナイフとか
Oh, you saw that as well, huh?
温度測定
Like all of her character story arcs are like this. It's very weird. I mean, it's weird how lewd it is, but at the same time, like having this on stream feels very weird. Like even the mission name is just like Betty's first time. It's like no, just no. The FBI is gonna come knocking all over a misunderstanding as well.
お待たせついてで悪いんやけど、ちょっとテストに付き合ってくれへん？よいしょ。ほな、軽量と出力調整のテストいくで。ベリビエル、まずは1本で試そか。はい。それじゃあ王子様、いきますね。いや。ごめんなさい王子様。おお、ちゃんと髪の毛1本だけ抜けとるな。成功成功。
Look at it's ripping hairs off his head.
繊細な調整ができとる証拠や。ほな、次は10本を3連続いっとこか。しゃあないなあ。ほな、ベリビエル、次は優しく抜くテストな。ジパン号が痛がらんよう20本の束でそーっと。
No, maybe if I get
王子様の紙人形を作ってプレゼントしたかったんですけど。
so far it's still been a fun ride, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. It's a very weird thing, isn't it? Especially with her doing this.
私王子様に包まれてる。ベディ、君を感じるよベディ。なんちゃって。
Well, at the very least, it actually got me to actually try to complete this game. So, sure. I'll probably start regretting it once like Twitch sends a warning or the FBI come knocking. But until then, it's great. You know, the FBI are gonna come down all the way from America just to knock on my door, right? Until then, or until Twitch is like, no, you better stop now. Until one of those happen, it should be fine. Yeah, I'll just vanish off of Twitch. Like, just the account just goes poof. And then I'll just like, I'll just disappear. Either that or I'll just go silent and then I'll just never stream again and just like, oh no, the FBI actually got him. They sent him to Guantanamo Bay for like listening to little girls like talk about weird innuendo in video games. Though who knows, the fact that I'm even considering like doing another run of Darkest Dungeons means that I probably love the pain, so I guess the pain that this game is giving me as well is something that that doesn't hurt me as much as I thought it would, maybe? I don't know. Like if I'm willing to enjoy the pain from that game again, I'm sure the pain from this game is not that bad, right? 2 rounds of battle. 2 rounds. Wait, no, I should give her gear before I do that. I'm currently enjoying the pain. Yeah, it hurts so good, doesn't it?
片付けてくるわね。
It hurts so good. Especially the Darkest Dungeon one. Like, although I guess for the main game, I lost a head trinket. Ah, the pain. No, but it shouldn't be too bad, right? Like, I mean, yeah, it sucks to lose it, but like, if I recall, like, if you lose 8 trinkets, the burp will appear. And if you can survive against the burp, you get back like 8 trinkets. Oh, that one, yeah, that one is very painful. Like, the other 2 are kind of shitty, but the healing one is like, losing the healing one of all 3 is the worst possible one. Although I guess it's not too bad if you're still early in the game. You should just use the uncommon. I can't remember what's it called. What's it called? There's an uncommon one that gives plus 15% healing. Yeah, week 19. Yeah, if you get the uncommon will probably serve you better. Yeah. That one is actually better than 30%, cause like the 20% stress gain is very horrible to deal with, to be honest. Like 20% stress gain in pitch black, you could potentially get one-shotted to like 100% stress in like the first turn of battle if things go very south. Which is why like the head is good, but without an item that can reduce the minus 20%. Oh, you had it already. Okay, then it works out. Because if you have something that reduces stress like that, then it's fine. Because you would want to use both together. Well, if you have it, then it works out. Like my main worry was that like you were using one without the other. Ah, well, that's quite pain that you actually lost it. Yeah, that one is really painful to lose. Yeah, at least you still have the minus 20% stress. The head you should be able to get back eventually, but that assumes that you actually lose enough trinkets for the bird to appear. I mean, if you've kept a track of the number of trinkets you have lost in total, one thing you could do, which I used to like to do, was to intentionally create a fodder party, then give them a bunch of like fodder trinkets and send them to their death, and then use the fodder trinkets to trigger the bird, and then I'll just get back all the important ones. Although it'll be quite ripped for the specific heroes who are going to their death for that. But yeah, if you really want it back, that's one way you could potentially deal with it. Although I wouldn't recommend doing that. The Sacrifice Lamb achievement. Yeah, some of the achievements are quite bizarre. Look, I think the hardest achievement to get that I have is the one where you need your character to friendly fire a character to death or due to the Blood Curses effect. Like, you don't just kill your own character, like not just Death Store, but you need to death blow your own character due to the Blood Curse triggering. I think that was the hardest one to get that I have. Because it's a pure RNG achievement. Though if you get it, it's great. It'll be the funniest and probably the worst thing that could happen in the middle of a battle. There's an achievement called, I can't remember the achievement's name, but it's a basically there's a, are you playing the DLCs? Basically there's the Blood Horde DLC, right? Yeah, in the Blood Horde districts only. Ah, wait. It should be in... So it's vanilla with districts only? But basically, one of the DLCs for darkest dungeon is the Blood Court, right? So in the Blood Court DLC, you actually get a new disease called the Crimson Curse. The Crimson Court, sorry, it's not Blood Court, it's the Crimson Court. So in the Crimson Court, there's actually an achievement. I think it's a hidden achievement, which you get when your party, when your hero, who has the special disease called the Blood Curse, the Crimson Curse, sorry, from the Crimson Court DLC, when a character with that specific disease triggers the effect of the disease that causes them to hit a friendly character, if they hit a friendly hero and they death blow the hero from that, you actually get an achievement. It's very, very specific because you need them to hit and kill a friendly with not any, like, it cannot be from an affliction, it has to be specifically from that disease that they kill someone. Which the chance of them actually hitting some, I don't know. But apparently it was a thing. It was the most bizarre thing because I was actually like in a battle where the person dying mattered. And I just saw him get slapped to death by my flagellant. And then I was like, oh, well, that sucks. And then I saw an achievement pop up. And I was like, oh, gee, thanks. Thanks a lot. Oh yeah, shadows blur together. That's what the achievement is called. Kill an ally while under the curse. It's great. Apparently that's a thing.
Eh, お気に入りの盾を失ってから他のものを使う気にならなくて、今の戦闘スタイルに落ち着いたの。そうなるわね。見つかるだなんて思ってなかったから嬉しいわ。どこにあるのかしら。
Though if you're playing the game at full vanilla without any DLCs other than districts, then I don't think the bird appears. I don't know what causes the bird to appear is the problem. You might want to check on that. Because it's like I don't know if it's a DLC thing. You might want to check before you like murder a bunch of heroes on accident and lose even more trinkets. There's too much to track. Yeah, that's true. It's like with the DLCs, there's just so many things going on at once. Especially the Crimson Curse. It's like Color of Madness is fine, but Crimson Curse is fucking horrible because like the diseases that it introduces actually like make the game a lot more confusing since you do get punished for not keeping track of the disease. But at the same time, the game doesn't exactly like do a good job of explaining like how you're gonna get fucked by having the disease. It's great, you know, if you wanted to suffer, the Crimson Court is like the best way to make the run extremely painful. Then meanwhile, not Crimson, Color of Madness is great. It's just that like it's confusing, I guess. I mean that's the I guess that's the story of every single DLC, isn't it? It's just like it's great, it's just confusing. And then you just repeat that sentence for every single DLC and you pretty much get a summary of how Darkest Dungeons is like. It's like with the amount of content that they introduced, especially during all the DLCs, it's reached the point where I don't even remember like what is and isn't from a DLC anymore. It's like everything just blurs together.
やりましょう。右の頬をぶちます。
I just wish they would give us back some of the changes that they made during the what do you call it? During the alpha, after the alpha rather. Like there was some stuff that was actually pretty cool, but they were like, nah, this is probably too broken. Kind of like how in the past the Jester's like finale could be used like multiple times per battle. Like there was no use count on it, or the game had no use count at all at the time. So without a use count, it's like there's a lot of stuff you could actually like kind of abuse. Well, not really abuse, I guess, but like it was easier to play during the alpha as a result of those. Then they got rid of quite a lot of it. Like I remember when I went back to the game, like 2 years after the alpha, like I was so confused. I was like, what? The Jester doesn't heal the whole party's stress anymore? What? His finale is once per battle now? Although, well, the game should still be quite playable even in vanilla anyway, so it's all good. You just got the GG easy all those crops, right? You show those Fishman and Skeleton Bone Man who's the boss. No, yeah, it's like at this point I'm just like considering doing a modded run. Although I guess the mod would probably just to add classes and like more dungeons, not to actually change the balance of existing classes. Hopefully. Like the only thing that's probably gonna change for the existing classes is that the skins at most. From what I'm planning to do with it. I guess it depends, and maybe... Yeah, it's not the trinket. No, there might be new trinkets added, but that should be fine, probably. Because I never did get a chance to complete the Color of Madness in the last run that I did. So it's like, without the Color of Madness, it feels like I didn't get to experience the entire full game either, so... We might just do that at some point.
仲間を呼んだのね。任せて。私の足技で叩き落としてあげる。はあ。かわされた。まだまだ。こいつ、私と同じくらい速い。やあ、また2匹増えたで。バカ、何無茶してんのよ。大丈夫追い込むわかった、やってみるわ。はあそのままそのまま。いいよさ、そこを見や。行き止まりね。追い詰めたわよ。ダヴィンチさん特製のネットで退路を塞いでおきました。
14k? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, I understand what I need to do now. Although Perry feels like she's not gonna do much in this battle, I think. we move forward and then we've been looking forward for the next season. Let me check the season list. I remember having some I'm actually looking forward to. Next season is summer. Summer anime 2022. Right. Definitely not Overlord. As much as I love the Overlord novel, I really do not like the anime. Like, the animation itself just annoys me. Like, the color palette just makes my brain rot a little. Summertime render, I'm looking forward to see it finish more like, because I think it's still continuing, so I'm looking forward to seeing it finish. As for something new completely, I'm waiting for Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss? I guess that will probably be the main one. Actually, it might be the only one, come to think of it. I might watch Isekai Oji-san just for the meme. Like, yeah, Isekai Oji-san. I don't know what's the English name, but it's yeah, it's actually good, huh? Okay. Even better then. Because like I like the concept. The concept sounds very interesting. But when I saw the trailers that they put out, it seems like a meme. Is the problem. Like, they were playing very hard in the trailers to like the funny moments. So when I saw it, I was expecting something like it's gonna be like the Kongming anime, you know, the Your Boy Kongming. I was expecting it to be on that level because of how they depicted it. But if it's actually good, then all the more I'm gonna watch it then. Because the idea of a reverse isekai, it's all funny. Because the idea of a reverse isekai sounds very interesting, which is why I'm quite tempted to watch it. Because even if it is all funny, like, I guess you can say this all I really want from it. Like, I'm just hoping that it's funny, right? And if that works, if it actually is, that's great. I don't know how to describe it. Like, yeah, that part. Basically, it's like it's like the after story of a guy who came back from an isekai, basically, in a sense, and had to readapt to this world. It's like the concept of it sounds like it has a lot of potential to be very funny. Which is why I was actually quite hyped for that one. Like, the premise itself just sounds great. Like, I want to see how it ends up playing out. Because it feels like there would be a lot of memes, or at least funny moments in it. But on top of that, I just want to see if like, there's anything else. Because I remember there was one other series as well, which I don't remember the name of, where it was like, the plot was about like some guy who saved an isekai world, and then he got teleported back to our world with the wife that he got from that world, or something like that. And he had to readapt to living in this world with like no qualifications at all. And that was the entire story. And then the story started from there. Like stuff like that. Those are kind of interesting to me, at least. So yeah, I really do want to see that one, because it reminds me a lot of that other series which I can't remember the name of, but on top of that, it sounds like it's gonna be good funnies with potentially like more than that as well. Oh, the battle just went horribly. But yeah, it's mostly that and Made in Abyss, I guess. Aside from that, everything else is like, I'm not sure if there's anything I'm specifically like looking out for in general. Yeah, mostly just Isekai Oji-san and Made in Abyss, I guess. I mean, like, the rest of it is a bit... I mean, there is good stuff, but nothing I'm in, like, yes, this I definitely want to watch. Like, there's the Classroom one as well as Danmachi, but Danmachi to me is like, I don't really care too much. Dr. Stone was like a... I think... Yeah, same. Like, that's exactly what I'm doing now as well. Like, because I don't like watching during the season either, so it's like... I need to like rush now that the season's over to like watch everything. Because like watching during the season is pain, but watching after means now that there's everything I need to watch at once. And the problem is that on top of the stuff that came out this season, I was like watching like some older stuff as well recently. And that took up a lot of time as well. Like what's it called? Might be kind of random, but like, yeah. It might be kind of random, but I went back to watch Paprika as well. Like recently. Which Paprika was pretty good. I can see why people were saying that like that movie actually was the... How do I put it? Like, I remember Paprika it was said that Paprika was what inspired Inception. And after watching it, I was like, yeah, I can see why. Like, a lot of the concepts from it were in Inception as well. And I just went back to watch that. Then now I kind of really want to watch everything else that director put out. Because it's like, he put out a lot of other stuff. And it's like, Paprika was considered one of his weaker releases. And even that was pretty decently good. So I was like, yeah. No, I just need to go and find the rest somehow. And then that's aside from like all of this last season stuff as well. I don't know, it feels like there's more stuff from last season that I really want to watch, more so than the coming season. Like, I really want to watch Spy X Family. I have not watched that. I kind of really want to finish Kaguya-sama once it's done as well. Tate no Yusha, maybe I will watch. A Shield Hero, I mean. Shikimori, I kind of want to watch as well. Same for 86. Like there's a lot more from last season that... the season's ending now that I want to watch, if anything. TNY don't. TNY? Oh, don't. Is it that bad? Is it that bad? Next season's probably a sleeper. Yeah, I mean it's summer after all. Summer is typically like the yeah, I mean it's like it always feels like summer is quite shit compared to like the winter seasons. Yeah, there are good ones. Like Made in Abyss. If it's anything like the previous seasons, it's probably gonna be pretty good. But at the same time, it's like it feels like summer is typically like the what do you call it? Summer is the filler arc for the entire industry, right? Like that is when they do like all the stuff that isn't as popular. It feels like, if that makes any sense. Licorice Recoil. That was when? Biscuit and Hammer. I have not heard of that one, I think. Let me take a look. Ah, okay. Wait, that was getting an anime? Huh. Shouldn't that already have one? No? Is it gonna get one? Wait, this is gonna get one. Oh wait, this next season. What the fuck? I guess I was just remember. I guess I was thinking of another anime then when I. But oh, that's also getting one this next season, huh? Yeah, it's surprisingly long. It looks like kind of show that you would expect would have gotten an anime by now, but nope, apparently not. Yeah, it took them really long, huh? Although it does feel like yeah, next season really is like for the most part a filler season. Like, yeah, one or two good things, but it feels like they are banking more on fall and winter, I guess. Although I guess that never changes. That always seems to be the case in a sense. Like when you look at like fall, it really looks very obvious. Like yeah, they just like everything good is coming out in 2 seasons from now instead. Well, not everything, but most of the stuff that like the stuff that people know will get popular are all in fall. You mean 7 from summer? Or you mean 7 from... It's surprisingly not the Love Life. Rip Love Life then. Oh wait, you mean from next season? Or you mean in fall? Next season was Love Life next season? Oh, it is. Right, it's the I can't remember what group that was. There's too many groups at this point. From summer. Oh yeah, I just saw it. I saw. Yeah, the Love Life one looks like it would be good. Oh, I mean, no, not Love Life. Fuck. I mean, the Love Life one looks like it'd just be like, normal Love Life is what I meant to say. Like, yeah, it's Love Life, I guess. It'd just be like, it'll be fine, probably. I don't know what it's gonna end up like, cause like at this point I haven't followed Love Life in so long. I don't know what it's gonna end up like. But I mean, yeah, in terms of like stuff that might be interesting, there's also the what's it called? What was it called? The Kanojo Okari Shimasu? Well, I'm pretty sure like that one is surprised. I'm surprised it's actually in summer, if anything. Is that one of the ones you're referring to though? I don't know what's... was it called Rental Girlfriend in English? Was that the name? I mean, it looked like it was popular enough for that to happen, I guess. Kinda. Well, I mean, like, yeah, but like, you see, the thing is, if even the redo on Healer could get animated, I don't see why this can't. Like there's even weirder stuff getting animated, so it's like, at this point, why not? Ah, yeah, the tweets are a bit iffy, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, the fact that it's announced for next season means that it probably was like probably already in the works. They just like didn't want to cancel it or something, maybe. Who knows? Like, it might have been just like, oh yeah, fuck. Well, he's like this now. Well, what do? We already made the entire anime. I guess we just release it? Yeah, probably, yeah. It's kind of like the, what was it? How, like... I mean, this is gonna be a very boomer, like, example, but, like... It's gonna be, like, kind of like how... Yeah, probably not an S3. And, yeah, it's kind of like how... What was it? Do you remember School Days? Like... There's something similar happened for Japan in Japan for School Days as well, where like on the week where they were supposed to announce, but they were supposed. Okay. So basically, what happened was that someone gets brutally murdered with an axe in the anime. Without spoiling anything, I can just say that. Okay. Yeah, it is quite a trauma show, but what was even weirder about it was the fact that in Japan itself, there was this very weird thing where like one of the last few episodes did not air, and the reason why it did not air was because what do you call it? I mean, not really. What do you call it? It's like they continue airing the rest of the anime, but they skipped that one episode just because like basically a murder similar to the murder that happened in that episode happened in real life, and so they just skipped that one episode, and they continue airing the rest as well. So I don't know, it just feels like with Japan it's a case of like, yeah, it's kind of not good to release it, but at the same time it's like, if the anime is like already done, they're probably gonna do it anyway because I'm just guessing they don't want to lose too much money, if anything. But yeah, do stay clear of it. Like, it's very good psychological horror, I guess you could say. It is very fucked. Oh, reason we're going to buy the Blu-ray. Yeah, I think that was the only way you could really watch that episode in Japan. It's like the episode never aired, and instead you had this like meme that came out in Japan. Because like, instead of just saying, nah, we're cancelling airing the episode, they just like release a picture of a boat on TV instead. So it's just like 23 minutes of like boats on screen. And it just got memed to shit in Japan instead. But yeah, I guess S2 was really just a case of like, yeah, it's already done. So they're just like, yeah, we'll just do it. Fuck it. Did he release any more tweets though? Or was it just like whatever he released was just it? Like I only saw it like near the start when people were like saying, oh, degen tweets, but after that I never actually saw any of it. Did it get any worse since then? Including himself as the MC. Aww. It just sounds like it was just getting more and more cringe with each passing day, huh? It's so weird how that even became a thing though. Alright, be right back though, I need to take a piss again. But yeah, it's like, it's weird. The whole thing with what he did was just like, I don't know why. Who knows? Maybe just something about the popularity of the series just caused him to get a mental breakdown or something. And it just made him a full degen instead, because his ego got stoked by the popularity of the series. Who knows?
みんな無事みんなあかんになハーピーの巣とは思わんかったわ
巣にしては痕跡が少なすぎました。おそらく別荘や休憩所代わりに使っている場所なのでしょう。ともかく無事に盾を回収できて何よりでした。アキレスさん、ご確認をお願いできますか？
もちろんよって悪いけどこれ私の盾じゃない。
Wait, then what were the 7 then if that was the case?
だって話に聞いたんと同じ形しとるで。私の盾砕けてバラバラになったのだからこれ別のものね。でもきっと良い盾よ。かけらでも見つかったのかと思ってちょっと浮かれちゃったみたい。先に説明しておけばよかったわね。悪かったわ。
いえ、私たちの勉強が足りなかったせいでぬか喜びさせてしまって。
それは全然構わないわ。おかげで新しい発見もできたし、私のスピードはまだまだってこと。頑張らなくっちゃね。
As in, like, what were the 7 that you meant, that you were looking forward to, was what I meant. Although I'm surprised that, like, Hataraku Mao-sama is getting a second season, the Devil Part-Timer one. Like, it's been like, what, 10 years since the last season? I'm surprised it's even getting a second season, like, in this year. The next thing you know, we're gonna get a Bento second season as well, at this rate.
呼びました。
慎重なのも取り柄と言えるかな。
ぬるぬる。バティいつでも行ける。
Like, how long ago was it? Like, Hataraku Mao-sama. 2013, yeah, pretty much 9 years ago, huh?
賞味期限。はい。何を盗むわしか。
待機しています。音楽。
Oh, I can't even heal Achilles is the problem.
お前も
行ってこよう。
分かったよ。ほな行ってきます。
That's the thing, see, I'm trying to progress the story, but I'm just actually trying to clear the main story, but apparently conquering everything did not cause the end of the story yet. So I'm just trying to trigger the next part of the story, however it triggers. Because there is supposed to be a definitive end. There is supposed to be like a definitive, like, game ends here, but that apparently I haven't seen it yet, even though I've conquered almost everything. And then I realized there were like fringe areas that I did not conquer, so I've been trying to conquer those. And I think there was like 2 more areas as well. Like somewhere, where was it? Somewhere in the center of the map there was like this, which I think is the last area I need to trigger to clear the story fully. Okay, fuck, what is it? These 2, I think. The only problem is that the requirement to like open this area is quite high. Like, these 2, Parley and Explore, are a bit annoying to deal with. Because like when you look at the requirements, the skills of most characters, very few characters actually have both. Or in general, Explore is a very rare one. So I've been trying to find a good opportunity to like get it done once and for all. And then hopefully the story will finally be done.
あの子はウルクの古代英雄エンキドゥと申します。久しぶりだな、エンキドゥ。どうした？私たちが来るのが見えて迎えに来てくれたのか？
エンキドゥ、ギルガメシュの頼みを聞いてここに来た。エンキドゥは頼もしいからな。
お願い？
緑メガネは
Oh
裏切り
yeah, I
者
guess
だか
like
ら。
aside from those two, the rest are like there are other stuff I kind of want to watch, kinda, but not
エンキドゥ
like high priority, I guess.
どうしてそのような。私は
Like,
裏切って
at this point, it feels a bit cheesy, but I kind of really want to watch like Hataraku Mao-sama as well, just to see how
そいつら
the second season is gonna be,
世界に
because
とっ
like
て悪いもん
it's been way too long since the first season, to the point that I'm like, why now?
ギルガメシュ怒ってる。エンキドゥはギルガメシュの友達だからな。友達が怒ると
Aside from that, I'm not sure what else would be good to watch though.
だからお前たちは来るな。
Maybe the shogi one as well. I remember seeing like a bunch of like posters for the shogi one around like this Akiba station as well.
足元にお宝が落ちてるぞ。
But it feels like every other shogi anime aside from like Sangatsu
エンキド
has been just
ゥ
like
この箱を取って
haha funny memes and lollies.
エンキドゥは賢いから簡単だったぞ。
Lost interest in it when you found out how it will end. Oh, it already ended?
いいか、ウルクには入るな。エンキドゥは忠告したからな。バイバイ。
Ah, that's a bit of a waste then. Wait, you mean for the shogi one or for
口笛
the
から察するに
Hataraku Mao-sama?
エンキドゥももう一人のウルクの古代英雄ギルガメシュも闇の玉が危険なものだと分かっているようだな。
Oh, I guess you mean Hataraku Mao-sama then.
少なくとも
The それでも歩むは寄せてくる。
可能性はゼロではないがギルガメシュの場合は単純にギルガメシュの趣味は宝物を集めることです。
Shall I put the name? Ah, the ending for Hataraku. Or rather, it's not really shogi. It's just more like shogi is just the plot point to hang this romance story on. Kind of like how in Ryuo, it was just a plot device to have all of the lollies together. You know, that kind of thing. Though, in that case, yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go. Like, the thing is, I like shogi, so whenever an anime has shogi in it, I kind of just want to watch it just to see how it goes. But at the same time, it feels like the shogi is just gonna be like a plot device in it for this one.
ギルガメシュは興味を持ったものをお宝と認
Like
定し
like Sangatsu no Lion was great, right? Then Ryuo was like a lot of lolly memes, but aside from the lolly memes, it was an okay like shogi show.
操られている可能性はゼロ
Then
で
this
ない
one is like I don't know, it just
急い
feels
で
like a
取り
plot
返した方
device.
がいいのは確かだ。ハンムラビが
But I want to see if they actually do anything with it.
無意味になってしまわぬようにそうだ。申し訳
無事終了だ。
Oh yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure what else would be. Something I want to watch. Or at least not really high priority. Like Doctor Stone I'll probably watch at some point. But since it's like it should only be one episode, I think, right? Like it's just like OVA Was the manga finished for Sangatsu? That's a good question. I only watched the anime for it. The manga has not completed, it seems. Yeah, it's still ongoing. Currently 16 volumes. I'm surprised it has lasted as long as it did. Like, or rather, I'm surprised they have not wrapped up the plot with as long as it has been. But yeah, the manga has not finished yet, surprisingly enough. Oh no, yeah, the binge reading will never end. Wallet. There's just like so much stuff out there, it's kinda crazy. Like just yesterday, I just went out to the bookshop as well to see like what new manga is out in Japan, and it's like it feels like more than half of the new stuff I don't even recognize anymore. It's like holy shit, there's a lot of new stuff out now. I don't know. Including I can't remember what's it called, Carnival? No, it's not Carnival. Ah, this is problem with searching in English. It's like when every other series has the same, it's just using katakana. It's like it's kind of hard to find anything. I need to go and check the name again. I think this. See, the thing is, there's so many things with the same, with similar names. That it's not the one that comes out on Google straight away, and that is the problem. Like having multiple series with the same name or similar names, rather. It's not the BL looking one that comes up if you search the name in English, that is for sure. And it's not... Oh, fuck. There's so many things with the same name. It feels like at some point everything just has similar names to the point that like I can't even find it easily anymore. If I recall, the plot was like something about like No, thankfully it isn't the FGO one. It's some horror thriller thing about like a village of cannibals, and this guy who goes to investigate the supposed cannibalism going on in the village. Yeah, exactly. It was quite new, this is the thing. And I just happened to chance upon it while in the bookshop in Japan yesterday. Sadly, I forgot to take a picture. It was like recently for all of the off days I had, the days that I'm like not working, I'm not even working. the days I'm not streaming, I'm just like going to the just out in general to look around. Since like prior to unemployment, I never really got a chance to like explore Tokyo either. And I just happened to see it. I was like, oh, that looks interesting, and then just walk past it. Well, on second thought, I should have actually made a note of what the name of the series was.
できればカーメン様と一緒に
互いのことを理解するには食事を共にするのが一番それがし。というわけで今日の食事会は各々の好物を持ち寄ってもらった。
I should go and make a note of all of the series that I saw. Like, some of them look like quite interesting. From the covers at least. Although I don't know how the plot actually goes is the problem. Like, I only remember like half of the names of most of them. Because I was... No, it was definitely not Tokyo Ghoul at the very least. At the very least, it should not have been that. I hope. I really hope. Like, but yeah, there were quite a few, like, because I'm looking for more horror stuff, if anything, because like, clearly I don't get like horrified enough and jump scared enough like a little bitch whenever I played the ending of Darkest Dungeon, so apparently I needed to like give myself more horror, right?
納豆ってのはこういう食い物なんだよ。ほら、食ってみろ。何よこれ、糸引いてるじゃない。無理。お前の辞書に不可能の文字はないとか言ってなかったか？不可能の文字はないけど限度があるわ。これは無理。腐ってるもの。
ちなみにナポレオン殿は何をお持ちになったでありますか？
私はこれよ。フランス産ウォッシュチーズ。香りの良いものを数種類持ってきたわ。
これはかなり
なかなかそれがしな発酵臭だな。どれ一切れ食ってみようぞ。うまい。マレ寿司のようではないか。
No, I found it. I think I found it. It's not carnival. It's garnival, I think. It was... Is it old? Is it new? I don't know. It's... Is it new? Is it old? Who knows? Garnival. 2018. Is it complete? Yeah, I think it is complete. Right? No, it's not. Wait, is it? No, I think it is. I think? Horror stream when? That's a good question. I should do a horror stream sometime. Like, okay, so wait, before that, it's like, so right, there's so little about this series out there that even on the like Japanese Wikipedia page, right, there's less than 5 lines of information on it. Even though it's like it was some like it was apparently quite popular in the what do you call it, the publication company that released it. Let me see if I can find an English name. Yeah, it's basically just cannibal with a G instead of a C. This surprisingly quite reviews of it are surprisingly decent, I guess you could say. Like, it's very low key, but a lot of people have, or the few people who have rated it actually rate it decently high. Although yeah, even the covers look kind of terrifying. You know, it looks like the kind of stuff that will appear in my nightmares. There's 2? What the fuck?
本当だ。ツンとくるけどいけるじゃねえか。
そうでしょ、自慢の一品よ。
Let me get the My Anime List page then.
それは無理。
This one.
腐ってるし。っていうか、あなたたちひどいわ。腐ったものを食べさせようとするなんて。
無理じゃねえよ。納豆ってのはもともとこういう食べ物だ。
そうだとしても結構よ。私は私がいいと思ったものしか口にしないことにしているの。
食わず嫌いはかっこ悪いぞ。
なんで
Yeah, it's already complete as well, it seems.
食べられないわ。
面倒だ。弟よ、それがしが抑えておくから。
But yeah, this was like on full display at the bookshop as well. Which was surprising since the covers look like this kind of stuff that will give kids nightmares.
いいな、ポレオン。暴れるでない。暴れて当然よ。話しなさいったら。
Just forcing her to eat natto. But natto is good shit.
それがしの弟にあーんしてもらえる機会などそうそうないぞ。他の娘を引き離すチャンスだとは思わぬか。
Welcome back.
私のことをあなたが勝手に決めないで。いいわ、納豆食べ。やっぱり無理。
お正気はの悪いやつめ。もうよい、信長やれ。おーよ。
Does natto really smell that bad? Like, as someone who likes natto, I can never understand the talks of the smell. If anything, I don't smell anything from natto, to be honest. But it is a good meme. It's like the Surströmming of Japan.
当然よ。
But yes, welcome back, Froze. And yeah, that was the manga that I saw at the shop. It looks so horrifying. It kind of got me tempted. Although yeah, you know, if you actually have a good recommendation for a horror game, I could probably try it on stream. Then you can watch me like scream like a pussy whenever something happens. Like, actually no, there is a very early stream of me playing like the milk game, if anything. If you wanted to see like how even something as simple as the milk game can spook me, you can probably go look for that on YouTube as well. On the channel I linked in the description. Like that game isn't even like anything all too terrifying. But even that, like, got me like hiding behind my sheets halfway. Clearly not just hiding because it was winter and it was cold. What was it called? It was the one by the Russian guy. I think it was called Milk Inside a Bag of... No, Milk Outside a Bag of Milk, if I recall. Not Inside. Inside was a 15-minute one. I think. Milk Outside. Yeah, Milk Outside a Bag of Milk. Horror plus investigation. Prognostic. I mean, as long as it's not jump scare heavy, I'll be fine with it. Like, I like horror stuff, but I don't like jump scare stuff, cause like it gets annoying at some point playing jump scare games. Like if it's really like atmospheric horror, that I can enjoy, but like jump scare is just no. You will see me get spooked and then get very angry with jump scare, because I'd be like, God fucking damn it, and then I'll just like, ugh. And chiller art games, I'll take a look. I still have to play the unicorn game as well. But yeah, take care, enjoy your dinner. And thanks for dropping by. And enjoy the food. May it be some like delicious oxtail soup or something. But yeah, I'll give Prognostic a look as well. Maybe that and the unicorn horror game. I kind of want to finish that, play that as well. Pony Island, like Pony Island was one I actually wanted to play as well. That one, like in terms of the design, it looked quite experimental. And on top of that, it's cheap, so yeah, just nice I suppose. Oh yeah, Prognostic. Well, it looks okay, but the only thing that has me worried is the what do you call it? The thumbnail for the game with the spooky looking person in it. It makes it feel like the game is gonna have a lot of jump scares. Which I really don't want to get jump scared. As far as possible. Who's frontline? You are frontline. Pretty secret. I don't know, man. Like, jump scare stuff in general, it's like it's gonna spook me, but not in the kind of way that I like. Like atmospheric stuff, like Milk Outside a Bag of Milk, that kind of stuff where it's like it's more of the atmosphere and how weird the visuals are, rather than like, boo, monster. Like a horror game where you don't even see the monster but they manage to terrify you, something like that. I might be asking for too much, but something like that would be great. No, yeah, I might give it a try. Hopefully it's not that jump scary. Is it very jump scary in terms of the spooks in it?
言うことを聞かないやつは戦争で黙らせる。本に書いてあったぞ。
Yeah, that one. Got no jump scare. Oh, that's even more interesting
エ
then.
ンキドゥは強いから。
No, that's even more interesting then. I mean, if it doesn't rely on it a lot, then I'm completely fine with it. Like, that actually might be interesting.
いいよ、わかりました。文明を広めるです。何か悩み事ですわ。なんなりと
鉄壁の防御。
準備お仕事するので、それでは参りますよ。
What the fuck is this? It's number 3. No, if it's just a bit, then it's fine, I guess. Yeah. I'll give it a try then.
挑みます。
Although I guess that means that the investigation part is probably the more important part of it. That sounds great,
どうしましょう。
but at the same time also a little worrying.
今のは言いたかった。
Because there is a very high probability if it's an investigation game that if I stream it, you're gonna see me like play the game and then forget to read. And if I forget to read, and I actually can't solve it, it's gonna look very, very weird.
いたぶってください。
But then again, that will be my own fault anyway, so we shall see.
ドカーンと殲滅です。
I might give it a try, cause like
正々堂々とな。
clearly everything else that I wanted to try
できる子だからな。エンキ
just get better to reading. I'm trying. But somehow trying to stream a game makes me worse at reading, if anything.
痛いぞ。バイバイ。では、
I don't know why. Just something about trying
スタコラさっ
to
さと。
stream and read at the same time makes me incapable of reading, you know.
大変の眠りを覚ますです。
But yes, I will try my best, of course. We need to like figure out
エンキドゥは
the
負けてしまった。
how to get me to read, and then after that all will be well.
なんと、エンキドゥは負けてしまった。困った。
Yeah,
エン
what's
キ
up?
ドゥはどちらも持ってないぞ。
ということはギルガメシュが持っているのか。
だったらその麦コメシュってやつのとこまで案内してもらおう。
Do I have interesting class?
どこにいるんだ。
私ならここですわ。
I think?
野蛮なジパング軍
I don't know what you mean by interesting.
そこまでにしていただけるかしら。
I think so, yeah. I found a few that weren't on it. So I decided to add those as well. And basically went to Steam itself and looked through the entire list as well.
おあいにくさま。どちらも返すわけにはいき
And
ま
I'm
せ
like
んわ。
planning to pick out a few of those as well to use.
あなた、
As to which exactly, we shall see.
分かってらっしゃいますの？
Well, I don't know how interesting it actually would be. Because like,
でしたら、なお
it sounded interesting to me, but I don't know how interesting it will be to others, some of the classes.
あなたよりきちんと保管してみせますし、何かあった場合、私の方が対処できましたよ。
それは口実で本当はただ欲しいだけなんだろうギルガメシュ。
久しぶりに会ったというのに、ずいぶん厳しい指摘ですわね。
Like, I think the
図星か性質
sure.
そして闇の玉どちらもお前が好みそうな珍品だ。
Give me a second here.
ゴロガメシュだっけか。
Like the black guard was kind of interesting. But that depends, cause like
知ったんだけどよ。
the black guard was interesting to me, cause like
結構痛い目に遭うんだぜ。
I like undead characters in general, so it's like seeing an undead class was interesting to me,
本当にあれは危険なお宝なのです。
but I don't know if it's interesting to others.
私ほど
For example,
お宝の管理に長けた英雄もおりません。というわけで、性質と闇の玉、私が引き取らせていただきますわ。
The Black God, I think. Give me a second to like open.
どういうことですのタケル？
私は会議中寝てるから詳しくはわからん。とにかく大変なことになるらしい。
寝てんじゃねえよ、大事な話だろ。
I mean, that is a very target thing to do, though, sleeping through it.
緊迫感の
But yeah, the Black God class was one of it.
そんな連中にあのお
Black
宝は
God
もったいないですわね。
Like, black, like the color, and God is in God, but it's without any spacing in between.
ギルガメシュインキドゥに捕ま
I
り
get the feeling if you add a space, it actually won't appear.
髪の毛で羽を作るぞ。
飛びやがった。
Yeah, you need to type Black God as a single word, I think,
撃ち落としてやる。
やめておけ。
and it will appear. Yeah, you have to type it as a single word.
ギルガメシュとエンキドゥはこの先にある都市バベルで暮らしています。おそらくはそこに戻ったのではないかと。
賛成だ。
Wait, let me check what's on the list again, just in case there's some overlap. Because like there's so much stuff on that list that I don't remember what was on it and what wasn't. Yeah, they called it declared war on us, and then the very next turn, the turn that declared war on us, we already took one territory. It's just like, oh yeah, this just happens on the same turn. Why not?
ギルガメシュこの町にいるはずです。でもいないです。
問題ない。ギルガメシュならある呪文を唱えればすぐに姿を現す。
But yeah, I was looking at the bunch of the
まあ見ている。
more zombie-ish classes
これ
than
は
that.
伝説の剣スーパーソードじゃないか。
Like mostly more of those, since the rest that I kind of want to use are already on that list. And the what was it called? Fuck, I actually have to like log into Steam to see it, huh? Means I'm not logged into Steam right now, so I actually need to log in just to check. What I have already subscribed to.
伝説の剣ですって。きっと私のものですわ。
今だ。
Oh, you really just a Desolate. She really just has that fucking Desolate. Fucking, oh, that's great.
卑怯ですわよ。
Desolate. Desolate. They really do have a lot of characters like that, though,
私に
huh?
任せな。
Just her plus the Marie Antoinette as well. Stop moaning? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
何がいいですかね。
Clearly it's a family-friendly game, right? Who, me? Oh, the character. Yeah, she just does that a lot. Like,
お勉強のサボって
yeah, I don't know why either. It's a very weird thing. Dark Wraith. Well, let me check what else I subscribe to. so far in terms of unique classes, it's not too much, I guess. That isn't already on that list. Was the Thrall on it? I don't recall if the Thrall was on it, but I was quite interested in the Thrall as well. No, it's a skeleton, clearly. He even has like I think 200% like bleed resist as well. If you mean the Blackguard. But yeah, if you mean the Thrall, then yeah, he's human. But that one looked kind of interesting, just due to the aesthetics. So I actually like subscribed to that one as well. Boss? No, I should add in like... What? Could do a funny and do this. And then... Where is... Oh wait, did I use her already? I did. Oh, okay. Put her further back, put Eve on here. And go. Don't need torch. Yeah, but that's the thing, you see. Not needing torch is fine, because to begin with, it's like, especially at the early game, I just play without torches most of the time to begin with anyway. So it's not too much of a difference, I guess. Voivode. Super barrier. Oh, he's basically like a vampire man, huh? He really is just like a vampire man, huh? That's pretty cool. No need torch. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? It's like torch. I don't know, like for the base game at least, it's like until you actually reach like champion difficulty to begin with, I don't really use torches to begin with either. Except during the bosses. So it's like, I don't mind too much that there's no torches. Because it's like, to begin with, I don't use it, so it's like, fine. So it's like, if there's actually classes that make it, that actually can play off the fact that you don't have torches, then it's like, yeah, that's great, to me at least. Shit like this. Okay. Wait, do I not have? Oh yeah, I did use her already. Okay. You can put someone else at the front instead.
一緒に分かってる。どうし何を見ても出てくださいと土下座する。出ましょう。犬に変わるね。
やっと出番かよ。
あら、何でも遂行するわ。
Napoleon?
お仕事かな？作戦
But yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how many like classes I want to add in as well. Is the thing, cause like having some to play around with is fun. But the only problem is like how many is too many, I guess. Like, even if I add a shit ton of classes, there's only like so many I can play before like. Oh, like in terms of like I don't know how many would be too many because I don't want to like just put in so many that it's just like I don't really get to play many of the ones that I actually want to play, but at the same time it's like yeah, it feels like I don't know how would that be too many or too little? I don't know. Because it sounds like that would be a lot of different like stuff to manage as well. In terms of like the file side of things. Too many, yes. Yeah, I'm just thinking of how many to put in now as well. Because there are some that I really want to try, and some that are just like, eh. That might be better. No, yeah, I might try some of the ones you recommended as well. Like the one you mentioned previously. The Barret. The Barret looks like it might be interesting to play. Okay, I think we can do this battle now. I think. Hopefully. I'll put it. I'll like add it on the schedule when I do it. Although I don't know if at this point I don't know if I want to do it next week or the week after, cause like I'm starting to question whether I'll have enough time to actually compile everything in time. The most you can do is here, so I want to keep these two spots empty. Okay. Because my main worry now is like if something doesn't work, I have to like dig through everything. I guess I can add the rest over time, right? Yeah, that's true. Like I don't have to rush to add it all at the start either. No, you have a point. I don't have to rush to add all of it at the start. So I'll just add in like some of those that look interesting. Yeah, it's good. I'll probably pick like oh, that's good then. Got pain. Wait, what happened that made them die so hard though? Oh, I see. So you meant it in that sense, huh? Oh, I mean, if it lacks healers, that might be a bit pain as well, yeah. Yeah, it would probably affect the character pool quite a bit, huh? Come to think of it.
いたぶってやるぞ。悲鳴を上げろ。そこだ。よし、ここはエンキルに任せろ。
This battle might be a bit annoying.
ビシバシやります。
Also in the training because you need to experiment with other class. Yeah. Then as the pool gets bigger, it's like this just like unless I intentionally go and add like healer classes as well, it's like it will eventually reach the point where
茶でも飲むか？
Hmm.
歌っちゃいます。いつでも
yeah, if that's the case I might actually need to go back and look at the list as well
行けばいい。仕事
to like make sure that
はい。明日必要な書
there's enough of a balance in the class types, I
人間
guess.
椅子になれ。一緒に人間椅子になれ。ボンジュール。
お風呂使う？よくってよ。
お絵描きをするたい。控えております。準備なんだよ。なさ
Yeah, that's why I'm more interested in like picking the Skaven one, because like Vermintide would actually throw in something that I actually don't know about, because like the base game itself is like
刺激的だね。
it's easy to do without much thinking at this point.
お仕事のお話かしら？
お役に、
So the main thing is like finding mods that would
歌っちゃい。どうするんだい？
どうする？
add in the element of surprise, you know. So it'll be like what you say, you know.
厄介事か？
Yeah, it might compromise it a bit, but it's like it depends on which part of the end game we are looking at, I guess.
何もせんぞ。明日。
行こうか。さあ、敵はどこ
Well, I mean, it pretty much will be a blind playthrough either way, right? The most I looked at was like the aesthetics to make sure that like, yeah, it looks like what I'm interested in, I guess.
夕方以降。
But aside from that, I didn't really like look into it too much more.
お肉パーティーか？
If that makes sense.
私ならここだぜ。
お絵描き。
いつでも。まだ前報告ですか？
You know, I just like looked at it and I was like, yeah, this looks interesting, let's give it a try. And then I just left it at that. Yeah, I didn't add any actually, truth be told. Like, in the list I picked myself as well, there were none as well. Although there were some memes in it, I guess. Jesus. What the fuck is that fucking damage?
エンキルの番か？こんなこともできるぞ。
Yeah, mostly in terms of skins, I guess.
よし、決めたぜ。
Yeah, the memes are mostly in terms of the skins, I guess, rather than the actual characters.
よし。
Yeah, clearly the Fridge Hellion is the most superior Hellion, right? Supercharge, both are supercharge.
ネロちゃん、オンステージ。
Yeah, no one can kill her, they will only hit the fridge and that's about it.
パフェが食べたいです。
She's protected by the strongest fridge, all as well.
真打ち登場ですわ。即死ですわね。
The fuck?
シュクシ
Mm,
ョー。ぬるいっての。
it just wipes out everyone, huh?
やっつけます。
Hmm. I know, right?
仕事あっち今日はやっと出番かよ。にゃーにそうだ。こういう
Got 40 max buff.
ご相談
Yeah, it is just like, what the fuck's going on? This requires more thinking,
が最初
clearly.
どういたしましょうか。
I need a delay skill, I guess.
どこへ行けばいい？
まさ
Like, I need to put a skill purely to delay,
出ましょう。
or this is just fucked.
いいよ。はい。
ワインを
Delay, who can delay? Beethoven could have, but I got Beethoven killed instead.
仕事作戦でしょ。ラブリー。君が望むなら。
ご相談事ですか。
それは私の
Ah,
出撃会
俺の出番か。
よろしいですか
where is basic attack? Basic attack. What's your speed? Speed 8. Okay. I think I got it. Oh, this is a bit annoying.
いかが
We'll see if I can end it. I can finish this before the end of the stream at least. Remove or swap this for speed item.
はいな
Right, right. Then we
どうか
take another
ね
mage.
ブロッドカチカチよ
Maybe Nostradamus.
仕
And
事
we'll put them in the front.
マーカーか何か悩み事ですか私見てんじゃん
Oh, I want to finish this game soon. That's the thing. I want to finish this and just play something else at this point. It's slowly the point I'm reaching. Like, as much as I had fun playing this, it's like, yeah, but it's taking so long to clear. Oh, I guess it's just because it's the first playthrough as well. Cause like New Game Plus, you actually get more shit. Which, if I had played hard difficulty on New Game Plus, it probably would have been a lot easier. But the problem is, I just did it outright on this run instead. And that might have been what made it so much harder as well.
片付けてくった。
やるか。
Nostradamus at the front.
楽しいのかし
お茶を入れてくださる
I think it's Lancelot, right? Like this. But yeah, I get the feeling a lot of it was just like
元気やる
me getting in way over my head and trying to play an RPG game on a higher difficulty, even though this is like a blind playthrough.
行くわよそれ
Not the brightest of ideas to say the least, but
完膚なきまで痛めつけてあ
yeah, that's the thing.
見せてあげますわ。
Just play other campaign.
しかないもんねだ
This campaign? What campaign? No, this is doable. Like,
それ
I just need to get my hit in.
銃のサビにしてやるぜ。
Like, I just need this to hit, I think, and it should be over.
パフェが食べたいです
This battle was literally just I need to one-shot her before she one-shots me. And that's about it. Basically.
痛くない
Which basically just means I need
狙撃部隊。
I need Nobunaga to hit her. Like now it should. Yeah, the thing is I can one-shot them as well. Like it goes both ways. With their HP I can one-shot them just as they can one-shot me. So it's a battle to just like blitz them down before they can do anything like this. Like I basically just needed to do this. And the problem is that I think she goes to 1 HP. Oh no, she dies. Okay.
倒されてし
Yeah, I just needed to do this, and then it's done. Like, my party at this point can one-shot them as much as they one-shot me. I just needed to, like,
呂布姉さんの
build up this bar first. Yeah, because I need to build up this bar, which was why I put those two at the front. The two at the front were basically just there
始まるよ。
to, eat damage. And if those two eat damage, this bar goes up faster, and if they die, this bar goes up even faster. So this bar managed to stack so fast that with her delay, I can basically like burst them down with all the high damage skills before they do anything.
ゼフィロース
Because their HP is not that high in comparison, I guess. Although I guess I got lucky as well. Because like the RNG for the speed was just nice for me to kill them. Yeah, just like that. Yay! I hope this is the end. I think I've conquered most areas. So the game should be over soon. The only problem is I don't know how soon. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was really GG. Like, the amount of RNG in that was actually quite scary. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so long.
エンキドは賢いからな。カゴの中に入れてあるぞ。
It's like the base game is not that long, but there's no way you will actually clear it in like 20 hours. Unless you really knew what you were doing.
任せろ。エンキド、じっとしてるのは得意だからね。
Yeah, like all the additional bosses and all that, all the ancient heroes.
飛んでいった。
There's a lot of like high difficulty battles in this game which are way harder than this.
最後の闇の玉。
And those are the things. Plus, if you add in all of the waifu stories as well,
爆発もしないで。
because every single character has their own like story arcs as well.
結果の確認をし
And
て
if you add in all of that, that's probably why it's
どうした？
27.5 hours, I guess.
これは
なんだどうなったんだお兄ちゃん
And it's like realistically, you would actually like go through quite a lot of
闇の玉はどうなっている
the side stories while trying to clear the main story.
どこにもないわ。どこに行ってしまったんでしょうか。
It's probably not the end, but we hopefully are getting close to it, I guess.
ふむすぐ
Because we've already conquered the entire world. All that's left is like
ジ
the
パングを
resolution
話があり
plot,
ますわ
I guess. The only thing is I don't know how much more there is left. That's my main worry.
集めたはずの闇の玉が消えたということはきっとこれから大変なことが起きますわ最後までお聞きなさい別に私はあなたたちを止めたいわけではありませんあなたに一つ提案がありますの私とエンキドゥが見張っているティアマタの封印この封印の監視をジパング軍が引き受けてくれるなら仲間になってあげてもよろしくてよはタケルから聞いておりませんの
ああすまん説明するのが面倒だった
タケルはめんどくさがりだな。エンキドゥが説明してやる。ティアマトは大きい魚だ。強い、間違えた。ティアマトはすごく大きい魚。すごく強い。よく寝る。でもたまに起きる。そうだ。エンキドゥは説明上手だな。
ええ、間違いありませんわ私たちを倒すほどの実力があるなら
ティアマトの監視を任せても問題ないでしょうし。それでは決まりですわね。エンキドゥ、私たちはこれからジパング軍に参加しますわよ。失礼がないよう気をつけなさい。
大丈夫だ。インキドゥは礼儀正しいからな。ジパンをよろしく頼むぞ。
Alright, and that's the last region, I think. So at the very least, we have completed all the regions. The only thing now is like, where is the plot gonna go from here?
仲間になってやるからな。
Yeah, hopefully we actually manage to clear everything. I hope not. Like, the journey has already been so long. You see, the thing is the extras are just like the
箱が元通りになるわ。
character stories, right? So it's like, it's 27.5 hours of like content that isn't compulsory,
世界を壊すわ。
but that we already went through part of it, I guess, because
こ
like
の時のために
it's probably like including all of the character arcs,
以前開けた入り口が
which you
閉
would
じてしまう
probably do some along the way as you're trying to clear the main story.
あれを
So
再び開くところから始めなくてはなりません。
手間がかかりそうね。
以前暗黒領域を
yeah,
壊
who
す
knows?
際に
We might be getting close.
テンプル騎士団を
So
待
at
機
least.
させております。闇の玉も複数用意いたしました。
じゃあすぐに闇の力を集められるのね。
はい。ですが、あれはどうなさいますか？なんとかしないとまた邪魔をされる可能性があります。
今まで牢から脱走したことは？
ありません。
ここへ連れてきて手伝うよう命じるわ。
お言葉ですが、無駄だと思います。
いいから連れてきて。
かしこまりました。
あんた、私の手伝いをしなさい。私はやっぱりこの世界を壊したいの。他の生物のこと？そんなものどうでもいいわ。私が壊したいから壊すのよ。手伝いなさい。辛いのは最初だけよ。そのうち感覚が麻痺して他の生物のことなんて気にならなくなるわ。私今度は諦める気がないの。絶対協力してもらうわよ。何？無理ですって？どうしてよ。地上で笑ってる連中が私より辛くないとは限らないですって。だったら私は何なの？何のために意志を持ってるの？うるさい、うるさい、うるさい、うるさい。
だから言ったではありませんか。無駄だと。
うるさい。嫌い。あんたなんか大嫌い、大嫌い。
このままでは彼は私たちの枷となるでしょう。いっそ処分してみては。
処分って消すの？でもそれは。
いいえ、消すのはさすがに骨が折れます。記憶を封じて外の世界に。そうですね。近くの海に捨てるのはいかがですか？記憶を封じておけば我々の計画を知ったとしても阻止する方法がわからないでしょう。でもそれだけではつまらないので、もし我々に関わるようなことがあれば、時間差で記憶のロックが外れるようにしておきましょう。そうですね。記憶を混濁させ。
oh yeah, I saw the Witcher one as well. Like the Witcher one looks kind of interesting, but
という風に調整しましょうか。
I wasn't sure whether to edit or not. It feels like one of those classes that may or may not be too OP.
我々に協力していたと気づくのです。
That may be too
世
OP
界を
rather.
救うつ
I
も
don't
り
know.
が世界を壊す手伝
It
い
will
を
be because
してい
it
た。
feels like one of those classes that it will be pretty weird
最後の最後で気づくように。
if like you had a literal like character made after a hero and he just like dies in 5 seconds to stress.
いかがですか？
いいわね。面白いわ。
お気に召していただけましたか？
じゃあやって。 記憶を封じて海に放すのよ。
かしこまりました。素直に賛同していればよかったんですよ。そうすれば無駄に苦しまなくても済んだのです。賛同すること自体が苦痛最後まで口が減りませんね。でもここまでです。記憶を触らせていただきますよ。では私の知っているあなたとはこれでお別れです。あなたのあがき楽しみにしていますよ。ああ、そうでした。海流次第ではあなたが永遠に海底をさまよう可能性もあるんでしたね
いつまで喋ってるの？早くしなさい。
残念、おしゃべりはここまでです。それではさよ
起きたか。
Pandora.
ちょうど
Oh,
今ニューヨー
I
クに
see.
着い
So
た
there's
ところ
still
だ。
more, huh?
船を降りる
As
準備をし
expected,
ろ。
but still.
すぐに結界の地イエローストーンへ向かうぞ。うむ、気を引き締めてかかれ。
Oh, the music's even different now. What the fuck? Yeah, it really makes it feel like the game is slowly reaching a conclusion when even the music is changing like this. Though yeah, I guess I should probably end the stream here for today. Or at least end the game off for today. Let me just save the game in the meantime. Just remove all downside. What do you mean remove all downside? Though, yeah, I guess I'll end the game itself for now. It feels like we've progressed as far as we possibly can today. Minus speed. Wait, you mean like just totally removes it? Or like partially? Or like it removes it for certain things in general? Though, yeah. At the very least, the game seems like we are slowly reaching the end. Even the city music has started to change. I mean, the hub music, the main menu music, the world map music has started to change to something more grandiose. And it looks like the plot, at the most part, they're going back to Yellowstone at this point, so we should be close to the end, I hope. So yeah, hopefully this will be done in 1 or 2 more streams. Who knows, we'll have to see. But yeah. Oh, another total conversion one. Oh, that's nice. Huh. Pitch Black Dungeon. That sounds more like a is that an actual like completely different mod? It sounds more like a what do you call it? Yeah, but Pitch Black, yeah, but Black as Pitch is basically just the darkest. Yeah, it's made different. Huh. I'll go give it a look then. Because like just from the name alone, it sounds more like a what do you call it? From the name alone, it sounds more like just the what do you call it? No torch of the game has been added on to redesign or rebalance. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it sounds like something that would need like that very few mods to be compatible with though, huh? Yeah, dealing with the load order for the mods is gonna be quite painful, it feels like. No, it should be interesting. At least. Yeah, I can give it a try if you actually get done with BR. It feels like it's gonna take a little while more to get to the end if I only do it on stream, but yeah, I can give that a try as well. It sounds interesting at least, so yeah. We could give that one a try as well. Although yeah, I guess I'll just run with whatever I have so far and see how it goes. Before adding more stuff maybe. Because the only thing is I don't know what would be too overkill in terms of adding like more classes. While also like trying to figure out like what additional like difficulty modifiers or like bosses to add as well. Yeah, kinda. I mean, it depends on how well balanced the custom characters are as well, I suppose. Yeah, it kind of makes them harder to get. Like, if every character has an equal chance to appear, then it probably means that, like you said, you know, it'll be harder to find those. Like, just the odds of them appearing in general will be lower, and so it will make it, like, difficult maybe to, like, get all, or at least to build a proper party. Who knows? We'll have to see. At the very least, it means that with some of the original systems will have more use, right? Like, increasing the number of heroes that appear and things like that probably will be more useful since, well, we would actually want those characters to hopefully appear more now. More appear if you don't have the class. Yeah, something like that would be nice. Like, it just rebalances the classes. I don't know actually. Like, on the one hand, that feels like it could be abused to ensure that you could get the classes that you need at any time. But at the same time, it does feel like it would help to ensure that we get the classes as well. I mean, the best thing would be if there's a slider to like allow you to modify and customize and decide like how much you want each class to appear. Like, maybe you would only want one of the new class and you want to use it as like a unique hero. Like, for example, the Witcher one, it feels like you would only want one of the guy. Like, having more would be nice, but it feels weird lore-wise, I guess, if that actually is a concern. You know, things like that. So having a slider to let you decide like how many you want to appear as the cap. Like, maybe like after 5, I don't want any more to appear or something like that. Like, if we had a slider mod, that would be nice, but I don't know if that's a thing. Though, yeah, I guess I'll roll with like what I've added so far, and then after that we'll just see if we need I'll just see from there if I should add more or not. I guess since there's no real rush to add all at the start, kinda. I'll just add some, roll with those, and slowly add more maybe as time passes. Maybe, who knows? We'll see how it goes. Especially the mini boss ones, because like, I don't know how interesting. Yeah, because like especially the mini boss ones, I guess I can add those after we like clear content. I'm like, yeah, the content now is fine. Let's add more mini bosses in. We can add those in later on. Who knows? Nani? Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know how well balanced or what's a good mini boss to use, cause like if it's not made, if it's not like properly balanced and I just add it in, it's just gonna be like a bit eh. Yeah, I mean it's to make people suffer, huh? Yeah, I could add summon, why not? Now I'll probably just add in maybe like some of the no, what do you call it? I'll probably just add in like some of the additional enemies for each area first, along with the some of the just add some of the regional area like monster edition ones, I guess. For now, and then I'll just run with the go join them, make the game even more like hellish. Why not? Did it not appear there? Or was it only in a wheel? I mean, you could. I don't know. It just feels like the actor itself is just fine. It's not really difficult. It's just annoying to me at least. Like it just slows down the run so much just because they keep cloning. Yeah, come to think of it, it's only in the wheel, huh? But well, yeah, it's mostly the wheel, I think. Aside from the wheel, it shouldn't spawn anywhere else. Last I recall, at least, but no, it should be fine. Who knows? The base actors don't. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say that because I'm probably gonna jinx it, but we'll see. We'll see. Well, mini boss for the actor? Not in the base game, at least, right? If there was, it probably wasn't in the main game. I don't think so. Was there? If you mean a mod, then maybe there is a mod, but it wasn't in the base game if that's what you meant. Comet event. I don't remember ever seeing that before. Like, I have really just never seen that before, at least. You sure that wasn't a mod? Or was that in the Color of Madness, maybe? Was that in the Color of Madness DLC then? I don't know. Because I don't think I've ever seen that before. Unless it's in Color of Madness, then that might be why. I guess that's why then. I haven't seen it before. Well, Worst case, it will happen, and then I'll finally see it. We shall have to see how it goes. Creeping around the dungeon. Huh. That actually sounds kind of interesting, if anything. Oh, it's one of those mini bosses. Yeah, those are fine. At least those are like... The good thing the game tell you where it's roaming. Oh, that's actually friendly of them. Surprisingly. Yeah, surprisingly friendly of them to do that. Yeah, surprisingly so, I guess, would be the best way to put it. Though, yeah, I guess we shall have to see. I just added a bunch of stuff and we'll see how it goes for now. Maybe. Though, yeah, I guess I'll just end off. Yeah, I'll end off here for today. I'll add in the schedule like when the timeline for the next week as well. Probably after this. Yeah, no. Thank you for being here as well. As well as to everyone else who joined halfway through and watched till now. Thank you all as well. You have a good rest. I'll be heading off for today. So, yeah, have a good luck with next week for people in Asia since it's a work week next week. And for people in America, have a good Sunday and then the rest of the week. So anyway, I'll be heading off then. You all take care. Good luck with the rest of the week and goodbye. Oh yeah, he did make the fridge Hellion. It seems like it will be great. Who knows? We will have to see. No, yeah. Okay, this time for sure. I'll be going then. You all take care and bye-bye.